Chapter 504. Compared to the nine-clawed black dragon, the little furball was like a flea on its body. However, other than Lu Qin, there seemed to be nothing that could stop the little furball from eating. It lay in the nine-clawed black dragon's palm and ate greedily. Under the feast, the nine-clawed black dragon's HP actually dropped. Debuff, physical damage, 1 stack, physical attributes reduced by 0. 7%, mobility reduced by 0. 7%. Debuff, physical vulnerability, 1 stack, extra 0. 7% damage received when receiving physical attacks. Debuff, bleeding, 1 stack, loses 0. 1% of maximum HP every second, 99% reduction, lasts for 7 seconds. For some reason, the nine-clawed black dragon offset 99% of the feast's negative effects. Regardless, it finally started to lose HP, minus 280,000. The 2.8 billion HP upper limit made Lu Qin gasp. Not only was this guy super strong, but its HP was also terrifying. Even if this guy was the strongest of the strongest, it could be inferred that the other dragons should not be too far behind. What kind of monsters lived in the three heavens of ancient times? Although the feast's effect was offset by 99%, the nature of the negative effects did not change. Soon, the three negative effects were stacked to the second stack. Minus 560,000. At this time, the nine-clawed black dragon realized that something was wrong. The negative effects did not specify the highest stack, which meant that they could be stacked continuously. Even if the effect was only 0.1%, which was negligible, it was definitely not a good thing to continue stacking like this. Damn bug. The nine-clawed black dragon slammed its claw on the ground, intending to kill the little furball like a mosquito. However, the little furball sensed the danger and quickly crawled to the other side of the dragon's claw. It lowered its head and continued to eat. Swatting a mosquito to death wasn't an easy task. 740,000. Damn it. Divine Dragon Body. A black light erupted from the nine-clawed black dragon's body. It was as if a black hole suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Countless demons in the distance also saw the black light and looked at each other in shock. What's that? Not good, there's a change in the dragon's necropolis. There seems to be a battle. Why is the area so big? Is there really a treasure in the dragon's necropolis? Did someone get it? Among the many demons, an ape had an unnatural expression. Fortunately, it was scratching its ears and cheeks, which covered its ecological unnaturalness. If Lu Qin had the time to acquire the vision of the sub-originator, he should be able to see the situation outside the dragon tomb. The sub-originator, who had thrown them over the astral wind belt for the first time, turned into a monkey when it saw a large group of demons coming. Its shape-shifting ability was stronger than Lu Qin's, so it was still safe for now. The Sky Martial Stage. The little furball was sent flying by the black light. The dragon god's hegemonic body should be a skill that forced back close combat units. However, as soon as the little furball landed on the ground, it ran toward the nine-clawed black dragon. Creak, creak, creak. Lu Qin frowned slightly. This guy wants to eat the nine-clawed black dragon. It's a second-stage heaven-devouring rat. The nine-clawed black dragon finally got a good look at the little furball, and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Damn it, why is this thing here? Spatial shift. The little furball stood up and sniffed carefully. Before the nine-clawed black dragon showed up, the little furball ran back. The nine-clawed black dragon's voice echoed. Kid, you let it evolve. Are you trying to destroy the entire Jiutian by bringing this monster here? Lu Qin frowned. The nine-clawed black dragon knew the little furball. That was a creature from 5,000 years ago. Didn't the little furball only stay in the herb garden for 300 years? Also, the nine-clawed black dragon was afraid of the little furball. That was something that Su Ping had never expected. Fine, it must be your battle pet. I'll tame it after I kill you. Yes, I'll kill you. Lu Chen was surprised. The dragon was quite clear-headed and didn't panic. He only had 1 HP left, which was the last of his life. He would die for sure if he was attacked again. Not even the little furball could save him. Right then, 9 dragon claws suddenly appeared behind Lu Chen. Go to hell. The little furball turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the dragon's claw. Its body suddenly enlarged and it bit the dragon's claw. The enlarged little furball's bite was even more shocking. The black dragon roared in pain and hurriedly withdrew its attack. Dragon God's dominating body. After knocking the little furball away again, the 9-clawed golden dragon teleported behind the little furball. I'm waiting for you to grow bigger. God binding chains. The huge dragon wrapped around the little furball and trapped it. The dragon rolled and tightened its grip. Roar. In the end, the little furball couldn't bear the pressure. It roared and struggled, but it couldn't break free. Ha ha ha, so what if you're a sky-swallowing rat? Maybe no one will be your match when you grow up, but you're still too small. You dare to provoke me when you're only at the 2nd rank? Only death awaits you. Come on, bite me. Let's see if you have the ability to eat dragon meat. Let's see if you still have the strength to eat. It turned out that the little furball didn't grow in size at the beginning because it wanted to use its small size to fight against the big one. Just now, when Lu Chen was in danger, it grew in size in desperation. In the end, the 9-clawed black dragon seized the opportunity to restrain it. The 9-clawed black dragon's body was very strong. The God-binding chains was a heaven-class high-level control technique. Even if the little furball had completed one transformation, it still couldn't break free. The little furball's mouth started to bleed. Its eyes bulged, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. You want to eat my body? Try this, dragon scale strangulation. The 9-clawed black dragon's scales stood up like blades. Countless dragon scales pierced into the little furball's body. The little furball was immediately badly mutilated, and blood flowed out from its 7 orifices. Little furball. Lu Chen's eyes were about to split open. The little furball reluctantly raised his head and looked at Lu Chen, but his eyes showed a trace of gentleness. Creak, 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 Master, this little furball can only accompany you to this point. Run, creak, 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 I miss Big Sister Green's elixir, ah. Lu Chen's eyes turned green, and the runes all over his body suddenly erupted with a piercing green light. Lu Chen charged toward the 9-clawed black dragon without any regard for anything else. Heaven Earth 8 Desolates. Just you. I told you, you can't touch me. Spatial shift. In the face of absolute power, anger was futile. The black dragon teleported, bringing the little furball with it. Lu Chen's Heaven Earth 8 Desolates, which was full of anger, once again lost its target, squeak. Squeak, Master, run, I can't hold on any longer, no. Lu Chen's mind was in chaos. He searched through all his skills, but in the Dragon Clan's forbidden area, his skills couldn't hit the 9-clawed black dragon at all. What else could he use, no matter what, unintentionally, Lu Chen saw the only foreign object in the area that could be used. That unknown treasure surrounded by black gas. Lu Chen rushed over and reached into the black gas with one hand. As far as his hand could reach, there was a sword hilt. Lu Chen pulled out the sword. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. The third heaven shook. The 9-clawed black dragon's eyes widened, and even its body, which was wrapped around the little furball, couldn't help but shrink. It looked at the tiny human in horror, its eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, impossible, even I can't do it. He can't pull out that sword. In an unknown palace in an unknown heavenly region, a white-clothed man slowly raised his teacup. Just as he was about to taste the tea, his hand suddenly paused. He was slightly stunned. The godly demon Limitless Sword has appeared. Chapter 505. Unknown item acquired. Lu Chen's system notification gave a rare notification. The system did not recognize this sword. Lu Chen did not even have time to think about how he managed to pull out the so-called treasure of heaven and earth. He did not even look at the sword before he raised it and stabbed at the black dragon. His speed immediately reached the level of rapid movement. It was as if he was teleporting. In the next second, he was already in front of the 9-clawed black dragon and stabbed at it. Tiger descends the mountain. -1, -1, -1, -1, Lu Chen's mind was in a mess. Was this treasure of heaven and earth not a joke? This bit of damage was not enough to fight a weak gnoll, let alone a 9-clawed black dragon. However, the 9-clawed black dragon's face showed an extremely frightened expression. It did not care about killing the little furball. It abandoned the little furball and quickly retreated. Damn it, how could he pull it out? At this moment, the 3 weapons on Lu Chen's back all flew out by themselves. The strange weapon in his hand was like a black hole, sucking in all 3 weapons: Devouring Devil's Blade, Attribute Fusion; Devouring Reverse Water Scale Sword, Attribute Fusion; Devouring 9 Dragon Pillars of Heavenly Punishment, Attribute Fusion; Devouring Devil Equipment Set, Attribute Fusion; Devouring Dragon Scale Armor, Attribute Fusion. All the equipment on Lu Chen's body was devoured. All the equipment's attributes were fused into this sword. Only the magic treasure pane was spared, equipment attributes and special effects inheritance complete, establishing connection with the host. Connection established. Lu Chen's mind raced. It turned out that this sword did not have any attributes in the beginning. In addition, there was no connection with him in the beginning. His own attributes could not be reflected from the weapon. No wonder he only dealt 1 damage to the 9-clawed black dragon. After devouring so many equipment's attributes, this sword finally had its own attributes. Moreover, the connection with him had been established. If he attacked the black dragon now, he should be able to deal damage. As the system did not recognize this weapon, Lu Chen could not see its attributes and special effects. From using it just now, Lu Chen knew at least 2 things. The sword could change his movement into a form of displacement, and at the same time, it had the ability to devour other equipment. He only had 1 HP, but the black dragon actually ran away when it saw him. This meant that this sword should have some sort of protective ability, and it must be very strong, to be able to make the black dragon give up on killing him. In the midst of a life-and-death battle, Lu Chen didn't have time to think too much. Looking at the little furball lying in a pool of blood, Lu Chen was furious. Black dragon, I will skin you alive today. Great Ravager Sweep. Logically speaking, the titanic Ravager he had obtained in the first heaven should have been useless against the 9-clawed black dragon. However, when he saw Lu Chen attack, the 9-clawed black dragon's face was filled with fear. This indicated that this attack was different. Spatial shift. At the same time, a golden light silently flashed by, so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The only thing that could prove that Lu Chen had used the titanic Ravager sweep was the air barrier at the edge of the Sky Marshal stage. With a loud bang, a deafening explosion occurred in the northeast direction of the Sky Marshal stage. Within the Sky Marshal stage, it was as if the earth was shaking. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The mana cost of the titanic Ravager sweep had increased by 10 times, but its speed and power had greatly increased. The most important thing was that it had collided with an invisible air barrier. Lu Chen had just entered from the outside. At that time, there was no air barrier, so it was clear that this air barrier was the edge of the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Area barrier. This weapon can attack the edge of the barrier. Lu Chen immediately reacted. The nine-clawed black dragon didn't dare to take Lu Chen's sword chi head-on, so Lu Chen directly attacked it with the barrier. Infinite space teleportation, right? Titanic Ravager sweep. Titanic Ravager sweep. Titanic Ravager sweep. Infinite Titanic Ravager sweep. Swish, 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 swish. Golden light flashed continuously, and streaks of golden light crazily split the battlefield, shooting in all directions. The black dragon only dared to use the spatial shift seamlessly. The black dragon dodged, but the barrier couldn't. A large amount of sword chi directly hit the air barrier, and the sky martial stage shook. After about 30 sword chi, the surrounding air suddenly shattered like a mirror, and the barrier collapsed. The debuff on Lu Chen's body had finally disappeared, and Lu Chen's abnormal status had finally been removed. Lu Chen raised his hand to call back the little furball, and put it away for Lu Yi to look after. He stared at the nine-clawed black dragon that was floating in the air. "Maggot, you're already dead," Lu Chen angrily said in a low voice. The black dragon's eyes widened. "Damn it, I actually let you use the limitless demonic god sword. I won't fight with you today. Wait until I find a way to break this barrier, then I'll take your dog life." Looking at the cliff behind it, the nine-clawed black dragon spread its 9 wings and rushed towards the cliff. "With your little HP, if you're not afraid of the astral winds, then just chase after me." 7 stars chasing moon. Who would have thought that Lu Chen would actually chase after it without even thinking about it? The black dragon was shocked. Are these two guys crazy? Especially this human, who only had 1 HP and still dared to chase after it. Looking at the cliff, the nine-clawed black dragon gritted its teeth and rushed in. And Lu Chen also rushed into the astral winds. The astral winds were abnormally sharp, and the nine-clawed black dragon's body was quickly washed away, and its flesh fell off. Roar! The nine-clawed black dragon angrily roared and forced itself to escape. As long as it passed through here and reached the outer layer, it could use the bones of other dragons to pass through. At this time, the nine-clawed black dragon didn't forget to look back at that human brat. That guy wouldn't really rush in, right? At this time, Lu Chen was standing on the limitless demonic god sword and chasing after it. This guy actually used the limitless demonic god sword to block the astral winds. Lu Chen thought very clearly. As a treasure of the dragon necropolis, if it couldn't even pass through the astral winds protecting it, the nine-clawed black dragon definitely wouldn't be so afraid. It was because of this that Lu Chen dared to rush into the astral winds. Fortunately, the black dragon was fast enough. If it wanted to run, that brat might not be able to catch up. At this time, someone on the other side suddenly made a move. A deceleration trap. The nine-clawed black dragon was shocked. Why was there someone here? What was going on? The one who made a move was Suowen. He had witnessed the entire battle. Although his mind was filled with question marks, seeing Lu Chen chasing after the black dragon, he naturally made a move when he could. With his strength, it was impossible for him to completely stop the black dragon, but slowing it down a little was good. The nine-clawed black dragon's body slowed down a bit, but it was still safe for the time being. After forcefully breaking through the astral winds, the black dragon's body was seriously injured. There was also a madman behind it who was full of anger, so it didn't have time to find trouble with Suowen. With a sweep of its tail, it rolled up a large piece of dragon bone on the ground and embedded it into its abdomen. With the dragon bone, we can pass through the astral winds. Lu Chen chased after it, but that fellow was too fast and had many movement skills. Lu Chen was stunned and couldn't catch up for a while. For a powerhouse like the nine-clawed black dragon, if it really wanted to run, it was indeed difficult to kill. "Old man, wait for me here. I'll come back to get you in a bit." Lu Chen flashed over Suowen's head and continued to chase after the black dragon. The black dragon was still running for its life. It had been careless just now and was hit by a lowly human's deceleration skill. This skill lasted for quite a long time. Fortunately, it had a lot of movement skills, so it should be able to escape. After passing through the second astral wind, a red figure suddenly spat out a flame at it. The black dragon hurriedly dodged. At the third astral wind, a white tiger jumped out and pounced on it. At the fourth astral wind, a gilded black tortoise actually wanted to taunt it. Fortunately, it dodged in time, but it was inevitably delayed for a moment while it was dodging. The nine-clawed black dragon almost collapsed. Why were there so many strange things popping up along the way? Were they all that fellow's subordinates? Could it be that this fellow had already predicted that it would run, so he left so many people to stop it? That's impossible. This guy, is he really a prophet? Chapter 506. Lu Chen was not a clairvoyant. Who asked him to have so many people? Lu Chen and the Black Dragon kept using movement skills, but after 7 or 8 attempts, Lu Chen finally caught up to the Black Dragon with a triple gate. Triple gate. Mountain-splitting strike. Although the 9 dragon pillars of heavenly punishment had been devoured, the special effect was still there. A big stick struck down on the giant dragon's head. And with the infinite sword of heavenly demons, the speed was more than twice as fast as before. Dragon Gate Leap. The 9-clawed black dragon quickly dodged. But Lu Chen had been holding back and not using the triple gate, waiting for this moment. Under the 3 teleportations of the triple gate, the mountain-splitting strike changed direction 3 times. The black dragon was caught off guard and was hit by the stick. The black dragon was stunned. At this time, Lu Chen finally found a chance to close in. Demon Clone. Demon King's Will, refresh. Demon Clone. More than 30 green demons pounced on the 9-clawed black dragon. A demon's face appeared in front of the black dragon. His eyes were emitting green mist. You died 5,000 years ago. Now you must die again. 3,000 body flicker slash. 11 normal attacks, combined with the 5-hit combo, directly hit 55 normal attacks. Although the black dragon was immune to the poison, as if to make up for it, Lu Chen used a mirror image attack this time. He directly copied the 3,000 body flicker slash. 110 normal attacks. -8. 8 million, double critical hit, -1,433, triple critical hit, -8. 91 million, double critical hit, -1. 99 million, quadruple critical hit, even the 9-clawed black dragon could not withstand this damage. A 3,000 body flicker slash and a mirror image attack directly took out 1.3 billion of the opponent's HP. The 9-clawed black dragon lost half of its HP. At the same time, the 9-clawed black dragon had a lot of debuffs on it. Stun, silence, speed reduction, mana burn, and there was one more debuff that had never appeared before. Debuff, Return of Heavenly Demons. Physical damage is dealt in proportion to HP. Lu Chen's 3,000 instant slashes took away half of the black dragon's HP. If it was in its normal state, the black dragon would still have half of its HP remaining. However, it was different this time. After the damage to its body, the black dragon's maximum HP was reduced to 1.5 billion. In other words, every time Lu Chen attacked, he would deal nearly 10 million damage to the black dragon. At the same time, the black dragon's maximum HP would decrease by the same ratio, from 2.8 billion to 2.79 billion. From another point of view, Lu Chen's damage was equivalent to doubling. After a wave of attacks, the black dragon only had 200 million HP left. As for the remaining HP, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Chen still had so many clones, which were enough to kill him in an instant. However, the black dragon also had its own life-saving skills. When the black dragon only had 140 million HP left, a black light burst out from its body. Dragon God's dominating body was forcefully activated. Lu Chen's doppelgangers were all knocked back, and the debuff on the black dragon's body was almost completely removed. Of course, except for Divine Demon Unity, this status seemed to be very high level, and even Dragon God's dominating body could not remove it. I said, "You're already dead." Lu Chen shouted angrily. Universal annihilation, total annihilation. Infinite triple door. Lu Chen directly activated the final move of universal annihilation, and instantly flashed to the top of the black dragon's head. The black dragon had already seen the usage of the triple door. That guy could rely on the triple door to change his position and the direction of his skills. Previously, Hua Shan Split relied on this move to hit him. However, this time, Lu Chen relied on the triple door, which had no cooldown, to change his position infinitely. At this moment, the black dragon knew that he could not avoid it. "I'll take you down with me." 9 Netherworld Golden Splitting Claw. The black dragon did not retreat and counterattacked. 9 dragon claws tore through space and even chased into the triple door. After several triple door teleportations failed to shake off the 9 Serenity's golden splitting claw, Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. He simply did not dodge and turned into a green shadow in mid-air, piercing the dragon's head with his sword. At the same time, the 9 Serenity's golden splitting claw behind him grabbed at Lu Chen. With a boom, the black dragon's head exploded. At the same time, a golden light burst out from Lu Chen's body, shattering the 9 Serenity's golden splitting claw. Divine Demon Protection, Stage 1. In a near-death state, when receiving a fatal blow, immune to damage for 10 seconds, remove all negative statuses caused by low-level immortal skills, increase one's own attack power by 100%, and can be transformed into heavenly might attacks. Bloodline talent effects are increased by 100%, obtain the high-grade heaven-level movement technique Divine Demon Walk, and activate the Divine Demon Unity Barrier. Divine Demon Unity Barrier. Within the barrier, the passage of time is reduced by 50%, the enemy's speed is increased by 50%, all heavenly might attacks are increased by 50%, and damage reduction effects are ignored. This barrier is a mobile barrier, with the caster as the center, affecting a radius of 1,500 meters. Barrier Overlay Principle. When the opponent's barrier type is lower than the time barrier, the opponent's barrier effect is reduced by 10% to 90%. The reduction depends on the level of the opponent's barrier type. If the passage of time was reduced by 50%, then the original 10 seconds of invincibility was equivalent to 15 seconds. If the enemy's time was accelerated by 50%, it meant that the 0.5-second duration of rapid movement was reduced by half, which was 0.25 seconds, and the movement distance was reduced by half. Some skills that needed to be charged, if it originally needed 10 seconds to charge, after the passage of time was accelerated, it would take 15 seconds to charge. Lu Chen looked at the effects on his body in shock, his eyes full of shock. The effect of a time barrier. He finally knew what the black dragon was afraid of. It was afraid of the Divine Demon Protection and the Divine Demon Unity Barrier. The Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land made Lu Chen understand how perverted barrier-type techniques were. Fighting in other people's barriers would definitely increase the difficulty by several times. As a time barrier, the Divine Demon Unity Barrier's level was definitely very high. It could reduce the effects of the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land, greatly reducing the effects of the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land. Lu Chen was invincible for 15 seconds with the God and Demon Limitless Sword in hand. He also had the God and Demon Walk, and his attacks could be transformed into Heaven's Wrath. Even though Lu Chen only had 1 HP, he could still run an attack in the last 15 seconds. Black Dragon had no chance of winning. Therefore, when the Black Dragon saw Lu Chen pull out the Divine Demon Limitless Sword, he turned and ran. However, the Black Dragon did not expect that he would not die to the Divine Demon Protection and the Divine Demon Unity Barrier. but to Lu Chen's universal annihilation. Finally, Lu Chen took a deep breath. The damage to his body still made him feel exhausted. I'll have to trouble Little Green again this time. At this moment, the system sent a notification. Devouring the 9-clawed black dragon's corpse, an unknown weapon is repairing your body. Current progress, 10%, 20%, N. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. Did he have another foodie? No, save the little furball first. Lu Chen had a flash of inspiration and summoned the little furball. I heard the black dragon say that you're called the Divine Demon Limitless Sword. Can you repair the little furball's body? A voice sounded. This little guy is too strong. I can't repair it, but heaven-devouring rat doesn't need to be saved. Just give it something to eat. Lu Chen was surprised and happy. What surprised him was that the sword could actually speak. Could it be the legendary weapon spirit? Happy that the little furball was so strong. Not only was it strong, but it also seemed to be easy to raise. Chapter 507. Did you see that? Is that the legendary 9-winged, 9-clawed black dragon? The 9-clawed black dragon's body was huge. As it fled, it entered the line of sight of the demons. The demons witnessed the fall of the black dragon with their own eyes, but they couldn't see who killed it. 9-clawed and 9-winged, it can't be wrong. It's an ancient dragon. But this one seems to be especially big. According to the stone tablet, an 800-meter 9-winged, 9-clawed ancient dragon is already a powerful overlord. This one is more than 1,000 meters long. 9-winged, 9-clawed ancient dragons are buried in the dragon necropolis, but they have long gone extinct. Why is there a living one here? The ancient dragon is resurrected. Is there really a treasure in the dragon necropolis? The dozens of demon experts narrowed their eyes. According to the stone tablet, the ancient dragon once ruled over 90% of the territory in the third heaven. One could imagine how powerful they were. It was said that the ancient dragon had an extremely powerful enchantment technique. In a one-on-one fight, they were almost invincible. Who could kill such a huge 9-winged, 9-clawed ancient dragon? Lu Chen finally had a chance to see the weapon in his hand. This sword was a little strange. The blade and hilt were half black and half white. There were shallow carvings on the blade, and there were 5 words on the hilt, Celestial Demon Limitless Sword. Hey, were you the one talking just now? Of course it was me. Is there anyone else here? The voice sounded again. So, you're the sword spirit. You're also the one who swallowed all my equipment. I'm the weapon spirit. If I didn't swallow your equipment, would you be able to defeat the black dragon? Besides, there's no loss in swallowing you. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Now, he was only left with clothes and treasures. All his belongings were this sword. Why doesn't the system recognize you? Lu Chen asked again. System? Oh, you mean the novice instructor program. Little friend, it's nothing. How can it recognize me? It can only detect some of my current actions. The artifact spirit's tone was not small. However, Lu Chen quite liked it. This sword might be on the same level as Furball. Oh, that's right. I, the 9-clawed black dragon, said that ordinary people would not be able to pull you out. However, when I pulled out the sword, it did not take any effort at all. You have the body of a god and a demon. You're a great variable in Jiutian, and you happen to be compatible with my element. That's the first requirement. Secondly, you were able to pass through the 18th level of the astral wind belt. Your intelligence and strength are not bad. Most importantly, we're going the same way. On the way? Yes. A puny human actually dares to challenge the emperor of the 9-clawed black dragons. You must want to go to a higher realm, and I also hope that someone can bring me to break through the shackles of the 9 heavens. Lu Chen nodded. It turned out that in order to obtain the recognition of the limitless fiend god sword's artifact spirit, there were still so many conditions that needed to be fulfilled. After gaining a general understanding of the limitless demon god sword, Lu Chen stepped on the sword and went back to pick up the cowherd and the group of little fellows. After passing through a few astral wind belts, Lu Chen saw the demon army outside the dragon tomb. "Kid, why are there so many demons outside? They are waiting for us." The cowherd immediately became nervous. Lu Chen looked at the densely packed demon army and said in a deep voice, "Junior Originator is with them. Let's go after picking up Junior Originator. This is the territory of the demon race, and we can't fight here for too long. Old man, it's not convenient for me to escape with you." "How about, no way?" Again. The cowherd immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. That guy was going to use that trick again. Although it was not a glorious thing to be swallowed by this brat, the cowherd had no other choice at this moment. "I really have to hand it to you. That little furball eats all day and night. Even your sword can swallow it, and even you. Okay, there's no other way now. Hurry up, don't digest me, don't worry. This is just a special effect. It can't be digested." Lu Chen chuckled, opened his mouth, and swallowed the cowherd. After taking care of the cowherd and the other godly beasts, only Junior Originator was left. Lu Chen quickly obtained Junior Originator's vision. After locating Junior Originator, he used the infinite fiend god sword to rush out of the last hurricane belt. Triple Gate. A stone gate appeared in front of Junior Originator. Junior Originator jumped into the stone gate and teleported to Lu Chen's side. Putting away Junior Originator, Lu Chen was about to slip away when he was stopped by several demons. "Who are you? How dare you come to the territory of the demon race to hunt for treasures? Did you kill the nine-winged and nine-clawed ancient dragon just now?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Yes, it was me. What's wrong? As for who I am, forget it, I'm too lazy to pretend. I'm a human." "A human? Don't you know this is the territory of the demon race? How dare you come to the territory of the demon race? Don't you know where you are?" Lu Chen snorted and said, "Is the triple heaven owned by your family? Who was the one who divided this territory? Treasures have always belonged to the capable. You've been here for so long. You can't get the treasures, but you don't allow others to. I'm not afraid to tell you that I didn't come to the triple heaven before. Now that I'm here, the territory of the triple heaven is invalid." The demons were shocked. What arrogance! A mere human dares to challenge the order of the third heaven. Who do you think you are? Even if you killed the nine-winged and nine-clawed bone dragon, it doesn't mean you can be the enemy of the entire demon race. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The weakest human being actually said the most arrogant words. Let me see which clan of the 5 major forces of the human race's juniors are so narrow-minded. Lu Chen looked at those demons indifferently and said, "You want to know who I am? Isn't that simple?" After that, Lu Chen showed his ID. 4 golden words appeared in front of everyone. Solipsistic. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Solipsistic. He's the wanted human. So it's him. No wonder he's so bold. It's really him. Then didn't he get the Heaven Punishment Tower and the Dragon Necropolis? He must have a lot of treasures on him. Kill him and gain both fame and fortune. Lu Chen looked at the crowd and snorted, "You want to kill me and steal my treasures? Unfortunately, I don't have time today. Otherwise, I'd like to see what you demons are capable of." Triple Gate. The demon race experts from other regions had already rushed over. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to run, they all attacked. "This guy has 2 treasures on him. We can't let him run away. Is the 1,000 demons array set up?" "It's already set up." "Good. Everyone, this person stole our demon race's treasures. However, his strength is not to be underestimated and he has powerful treasures. We'll use the 1,000 Demons array to suppress him for now and wait for Marshal Tianming's support. Everyone, please activate the 1,000 Demons array. It's my duty. Suddenly, all the demons released their spiritual energy at the same time. A spiritual web appeared in front of Lu Chen and covered the entire dragon necropolis. Lu Chen's triple gate failed and crashed into the spiritual web. Damn! This array is so strong. Lu Chen hurriedly retreated. The 1,000 Demons array covered a wide area. Lu Chen had never seen such a huge array. The array did not cause any damage. Lu Chen tried to use Obelisk to attack, but the spiritual web absorbed the attack instantly. Although the demons on the other side all lost a little blood, it seemed like the 1,000 Demons array reduced his damage and distributed it to all the demons. Kid, when our Marshal Tianming comes, you'll die even if you have treasures on you. Just wait for your death. Chapter 508. No matter how high Lu Chen's damage was, if he were to distribute it evenly, each demon would not get much. This amount of damage was negligible. The demons had been watching the battle and had plenty of time to set up the formation. This was not surprising. What Lu Chen did not expect was that the demons were much more united than the humans. With a single command from a powerful demon, hundreds of thousands of demons would work together to protect the 10,000 demons formation. Fortunately, this formation covered such a large area. Naturally, it had its weaknesses. The 10,000 demons formation could only trap the enemy, but it could not attack. Lu Chen frowned as his mind raced. Since he could not leave for now, he would not leave. He would wait for the heavenly fate marshal to come and think of a way. Thinking of this, Lu Chen did not charge into the formation. Instead, he turned around and rushed through a few bands of astral winds to avoid the attack. He spat out Suowang again and briefly explained the situation. The 10,000 demons formation is a high-level formation that requires many demons to work together. It is almost impossible to charge out, Suowang said seriously. Kid, what do we do now? Lu Chen did not panic at all. You already said that we can't leave. What else can we do? Let's rest first. I just fought with the black dragon. I'm actually quite tired. Suowang was speechless. You are too calm. The heavenly fate marshal of the demons is even stronger than Dongfang Ji. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the 9-clawed black dragon? More importantly, there must be more than one of them. Lu Chen shook his head. I know. I'm too lazy to fight. But tell me, do we have any other way out? Suowang frowned. After thinking for a long time, he said, with our strength, we can't leave the 10,000 demons formation, that's right. Lu Chen continued to lean on the dragon bone. I hope the heavenly fate marshal of the demons will come soon. Not soon. Suowang suddenly said, the demons are able to establish themselves in the third heaven. Other than their talent, the most important thing is the centralization of resources. What do you mean? They will use the most precious resources of the entire race to nurture the strongest with the most potential. All the heavenly fate marshals are the pillars of the Yao race. They use a lot of resources. Cowherd's understanding of the myriad races was not something Lu Chen could compare to. Of course, after using so many resources, those experts also need to work hard. They are in closed-door cultivation almost every day, so it is difficult for them to come out. Lu Chen frowned. How long do we have to wait? It won't take a year or so, right? Not even a year. I estimate that it will take 2 to 3 months for them to come out of seclusion and rush here from the Demon Clan's base camp. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He wasn't afraid of the 10,000 races formation and he had the ability to fight Marshal Tianming. However, being trapped for 2 to 3 months was just too disgusting. How unlucky. These guys must have been attracted by the black dragon. That black dragon, even if he dies, he still wants to harm me. Lu Chen had already experienced the 10,000 Demons formation's dynamic defense ability. There was no need for him to waste any more energy. Fortunately, the 10,000 Demons formation was a semi-solid defense formation. Lu Chen couldn't leave, and others couldn't enter. The Dragon Necropolis was very safe. After resting for 2 to 3 days, Lu Chen was really bored out of his mind. He began to wander around the cliffs separated by the astral winds. "Kid, what are you doing?" Cowherd asked curiously. "Old man, what do you think is in the canyon below the astral winds?" "Ah." Lu Chen explained further. "I originally thought that the astral winds would disappear once I got the treasure, but it turned out that the astral winds didn't disappear. Why would there be astral winds that can destroy the body from the canyon? Don't you think it's strange?" "It is a little strange, but the treasure map only shows one treasure," Lu Chen continued. "That's true, but not all treasures have a treasure map. Besides, even if there are monsters down there, I'm going crazy from being bored here. Kid, don't tell me you're thinking of going down. It's too dangerous." Lu Chen smiled. "I was just thinking of going down to take a look. I have the godly demon limitless sword, so it's not too dangerous. If I encounter something, I can at least escape." "Old man, I won't bring you down this time. I'll go down alone in the afternoon. If there's no problem, I'll come up and pick you up." The days of being trapped were particularly relaxing. At noon, Lu Chen went offline to accompany Lu Yi to a restaurant, shop, and even take an afternoon nap. After recovering, Lu Chen adjusted his condition and took out the godly demon limitless sword. "Hey, kid, wait a minute." Cowherd called out to Lu Chen and pushed a trade window over. "Old man, what are you doing? Let the limitless sword swallow these items. I have no use for them. They'll end up in your stomach anyway." Soon, Cowherd was left with only his underwear left. "Old man, this isn't good." "What's not good about it?" "The limitless sword's biggest advantage is that it can swallow equipment and inherit attributes. My equipment, other than the fact that I don't have any immortal equipment, is not worse than yours. It can add quite a lot of attributes. Oh, I still have a few items in my bag. They're not for my class. I originally wanted to leave them for the youngsters on my planet. Now, I'll give them to you." Even the greedy Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed. "Don't be so wishy-washy. You'll be responsible for helping me in the future." Lu Chen smiled. What he said was true. To Lu Chen, these dazzling items, as long as he knew where they were dropped, wouldn't take long to farm them. "Old man, don't be naked. This set is for you." Lu Chen traded the Lord of the Night set to Cowherd. "I don't need it. This is good. It's cool." "You're cool, but it's not elegant. I'll give this to you. I still have 2 sets. Don't you only have 1 red set?" "I still have 1, but it's a couple set. I'll wear it when I find a partner." Cowherd's eyes widened. Couple set. He had never heard of such a thing. On Cowherd's ship, the Lord of the Night set was quite energetic. On the other hand, Lu Chen was busy devouring the pile of equipment that Cowherd gave him. Devouring Beast Taming Set, devouring God King shoulder pads, devouring giant crocodile leather boots, devouring beast heart leg guards, inherited attributes and special effects. At the current level of devouring, the maximum number of equipment special effects that can be inherited is 30. You have exceeded the limit. The extra special effects will be retained, but cannot be activated or changed. They can only be activated after the level of devouring increases. 30 special effects already? Lu Chen didn't expect that he would have so many special effects in such a short time. Cowherd was a beast taming master. Many of his equipment's special effects added beast taming. In fact, Lu Chen could use them as well. After all, he had many battle pets. It's a bit hard to choose. Old man, your special effects are quite good. This one increases the battle pet's maximum health, and this one strengthens the battle pet's attack power. TSK, so strong. Cowherd was looking at his new appearance and was quite satisfied. Of course. After being in the game for so long, it's fine if I don't have any celestial equipment. If my dazzling gold can't compare to others, then I'll have wasted my time. I've carefully selected all of my equipment. You can take your time to choose. I'll take a screenshot and save it. Lu Qin could only keep his head down and choose the special effects. After looking at it for a long time, he kept 7 or 8 good passive effects. Hurry up and feed the unbounded sword more. Let it increase its devouring level. Otherwise, it'll be harder to choose when it eats more equipment in the future. After a while, Lu Qin was finally ready. Standing beside the cliff, Lu Qin took a deep breath. Old man, I'm going down. Chapter 509. The abyss was deeper than Lu Qin had imagined. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Qin realized that the astral winds were getting stronger. Limitless, can you block it? This little breeze is nothing. Stand firm. The black mist from the limitless sword enveloped Lu Qin, preventing him from being affected by the astral winds. Not long after, Lu Qin reached the bottom of the valley. Perhaps it was because of the astral winds, there was no vegetation at the bottom of the valley. The soil on the surface of the rock layer was blown away, revealing only the grayish-black rock veins. There was a huge crack in the ground, and the astral winds were blowing out from it, rushing straight to the sky. Because the air was erupting upwards, Lu Qin was safe at the bottom of the valley. It's still safe here. You can't go into the crack. My current stage is still too low, so I can't guarantee your safety. The limitless sword spirit said. Lu Qin came down to check the source of the astral winds, but it turned out to be underground. Without the protection of the limitless sword, he would not dare to go down. But since he came down, Lu Qin checked the surroundings. There's nothing here. After checking carefully, Lu Qin did not find anything unusual. Instead, he found a tunnel that led to the internal testing area. It seems to lead to another astral wind belt. Alright, since I'm down, I'll take a look. The bottom of the valley was connected. Lu Qin checked it one by one. There's nothing here. Lu Qin was a little disappointed. In front of him was the last valley near the Sky Marshal stage. He felt that there would not be anything special. Limitless, do you know what's down there? It's caused by the celestial phenomenon when I descended. As for what it is and how it was formed, I'm not sure. Alright, since I'm here, I might as well check carefully. Lu Qin put away the limitless sword, shook his head, and continued walking. Originally, Lu Qin did not have much hope. But when he came out of the tunnel and saw the scene in front of him, Lu Qin was stunned. In the last canyon of the astral wind belt, a person was standing not far away. The man's clothes were ragged and his hair was disheveled. He sat cross-legged beside the stone wall, almost becoming one with it. If it weren't for Lu Qin's amazing eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed that there was someone sitting there. Even the ancient dragon clan would not be able to come to such a place. There was actually someone here. There were two possibilities. One was an expert trapped here, and the other was an NPC. Of course, Lu Qin already knew that NPCs were actually just higher-level players. They were just NPCs traveling in the lower heavens. No matter what the situation was, Lu Qin had to be cautious. He walked over cautiously, keeping a certain distance and being vigilant at all times. Hey! Who are you? Why are you here? The man opened his eyes slightly, revealing a pair of shocked eyes under his white hair. Someone actually came down, and it's a human. Someone was coming down. Someone finally came down. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. It was indeed a living person, but he didn't seem to be in his right mind. Who are you? Lu Chen asked again. Someone finally came, I. The man seemed to have lost control of his emotions. He didn't hear Lu Chen's question at all and muttered to himself, when I was drawing the NPC mission, I won the super grand prize. They all said that I was too lucky to be able to issue the strongest mission in the third heaven. I thought that my luck would change from an unknown passerby to a proud son of heaven. But who knew that after waiting for so long, not a single person came to accept the mission. I thought that I would have to wait for someone to change shifts, but no one won the grand prize. I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. Lu Chen frowned as he listened to the guy muttering to himself. Big brother, are you an NPC? Little brother, I've finally waited for you. You must accept my mission. Unlike other NPCs who hid their identities, this guy couldn't wait for Lu Chen to accept the mission. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. This guy was indeed an NPC, but he seemed to be unlucky to be tricked into issuing the mission in a place where no one could come. Those who came to the lower realm to be NPCs probably had good and bad jobs. For example, the job of the gatekeeper of the Shiraba. In a high-difficulty world, the business must be very good. The one in District 19 was more unlucky. He waited for a long time and no one came, so he was very enthusiastic when he saw Lin Huang. But compared to the one in front of him, the one in District 19 was definitely lucky. This one was so down and out that he was almost crazy. He was probably the most miserable NPC in the lower realm. However, Lu Chen wasn't qualified to care about the NPC's experience. He only cared about the mission now. Big brother, what mission do you have? If it's suitable, I'll accept it. This. My mission is a little difficult, but you have to know that the risk and the reward are proportional. I know. Let me see your mission first. Activate the legendary level hidden mission, Treasure of Heaven and Earth. Thousands of years ago, the spiritual chi of all things in the world gave birth to a treasure. When it was born, it caused a phenomenon in the world and attracted countless experts to fight for it. However, no one could obtain this treasure. Mission objective: obtain the treasure on the Sky Marshal platform. Mission reward: 30 immortal spirit pills, 1 immortal spirit pill formula. Lu Chen looked at the mission and fell into deep thought. This reward was definitely the best in history. 1 immortal spirit pill permanently added 1000 spiritual energy. Even the golden chest in the Lesser Genesis lair only had 10 of them. The others were all immortal spirit pills that added 3 dimensions. They were not on the same level as immortal spirit pills. But this time, the mission reward was 30 immortal spirit pills. Not only that, but there was also an immortal spirit pill formula. This thing was amazing. Lu Chen didn't know how to refine pills, but he had Little Green. As long as Little Green's level increased, he could get more materials and let her refine them slowly. One formula meant countless immortal spirit pills. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't speak, the NPC looked at Lu Chen anxiously. Brother, I know this mission is very difficult. Sigh, to be honest, if it was so easy, why would I wait here for so long? Lu Chen looked up and looked at the NPC strangely. But little brother, you can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. That's a treasure of heaven and earth. If it weren't for the fact that people from the upper heaven can't come down to fight for it, I'm afraid people from the upper heaven would go crazy and come down to the lower realm. Cherish this opportunity. I see that you can enter the astral wind belt. That means you can get close to the treasure. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Don't give up. Lu Chen's frown deepened. Can I accept this mission? The NPC thought that this kid felt that the mission was too difficult and didn't want to accept it. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Sigh, maybe I'm too impatient. How can a treasure of heaven and earth not be guarded by a powerful creature? Even if you pass through the astral wind belt, you might not be able to get the treasure. You might even lose your life. As an NPC, I have to remind you of this. The astral wind belt has already damaged your physical body. The treasure of heaven and earth must be even more dangerous. It's a rational choice for you to not accept it. You still have to consider it carefully. This NPC was actually quite righteous. He was already in such a miserable state, but he still remembered to remind Lu Chen to think carefully. Brother, you're right. The risk and reward are proportional. You've been unlucky for so long. It's time for your luck to change. After saying that, Lu Chen looked at the NPC with a smile. Then, Lu Chen clicked accept. Chapter 5:10. Young man, did you accept it? Yes. Lu Chen checked the mission carefully. The mission was already in the to submit status. Lu Chen was only confirming that there was no requirement to hand over the treasure to the NPC. After confirming that the mission only required him to seize the treasure and not take it back, Lu Chen chose to submit the mission. You. The NPC was shocked. What did you do? Submit the mission. Lu Chen looked at the NPC. Brother, you didn't eat my elixir, did you? Of course not, that's not what I'm talking about. You, how could you? You've already gotten the treasure. How can I submit the mission if I don't get it? Lu Chen shook his head. For some missions, there were indeed situations where one could submit the mission directly after obtaining the mission item. I didn't expect there to be a mission here. Fortunately, I came down for a walk. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. 30,000 points of spiritual energy and a celestial elixir formula. Without this reward, it would be a huge loss. Then, can you let me see the treasure? Lu Chen thought for a moment and moved his fingers. A black and white sword hung beside him. Do you want to inspect the goods? The NPC stared at the godly demon infinite sword with wide eyes. Half god, half demon, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. There's no need to inspect the goods. The Jiutian can't make such equipment. Lu Chen was stunned. Half god, half demon, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. It seemed that the infinite sword was not the only one who was half god. Wasn't he one too? Young man, that's great. I really don't know what to say. Oh yes, this is your reward. Obtain Soul Ancestor Elixir X30. Obtain Celestial Elixir Formula. Ha ha ha, awesome. Lu Chen was in a good mood after receiving a reward out of the blue. The NPC heaved a long sigh of relief. Even Lu Chen could feel his relief. The NPC looked up at the sky and closed his eyes slightly. After such a long wait, I've imagined countless scenarios of completing the mission. But I never dreamed that it would end like this. I'm finally free, alright, kid, my mission is complete. If there's a chance, I hope to see you again. I'm leaving now. Brother, wait a minute. Lu Chen suddenly stopped the NPC. There's a myriad tribes formation outside. Can you get out? Myriad tribes formation. That's right. When I was fighting for the treasure, I was fighting with a resurrected nine-clawed black dragon, which alarmed the surrounding demons. They set up the myriad demons formation outside, so I came down here to take a look. It was also because of this that I met you. Ha 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 ha, kid, perhaps this is fate. Fine, you've already obtained the treasure and completed the mission. Even if I bring you out, it won't be considered as helping you complete the mission. I'll just bring you along for a while. That's great. Oh, by the way, I have a friend up there. Alright, I'll go with you. Cowherd was still admiring the new clothes that Lu Chen had given him. It's so cool. And this was worn by Mad God. We've struck it rich. Just as he was talking, two figures shot out from the bottom of the valley and landed in front of him. Cowherd looked at Lu Chen and the unkempt guy behind him in confusion. Kid, why you caught a barbarian? Not a barbarian. This brother is an NPC. I've completed his mission, and now he's leaving this place. He can bring us along. There's a myriad demons formation outside. The NPC seemed to have found a trace of the feeling he had in the past. He had completed his mission, and now his heart was filled with pride. He coldly snorted. A mere myriad demons formation can't trap me. Let's go, I'll bring you out. Kid, where did you say you were going? The human territory. Alright, give me the coordinates. I'll bring you there directly. Lu Chen gave the NPC a rough set of coordinates. The NPC glanced at it and grabbed Lu Chen and Cowherd with both hands. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. The map was teleporting. Lu Chen was very sure that this brother came from a higher region. Not far ahead was a human city. The NPC glanced at it from afar and suddenly let out a long sigh. Humans, it was just 2 words, but it seemed to contain countless sentiments and concerns. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Kid, get stronger quickly. This is not your battlefield. Your battlefield is in a higher region. I should go too. I hope to see you again. With that, the person disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cowherd looked at Lu Chen in shock. Hey, how did you convince him to bring us out? I didn't really convince him. He felt that we were fated to meet. This is good too. I don't have to fight the Marshal Tianming of the shifters. Hahaha, those shifters will be so depressed when the Marshal Tianming comes and finds out that we're gone. Cowherd laughed. Lu Chen smiled and walked into the human city with Cowherd. This city was called Maple Leaf City. It was considered a second-tier city in the human territory. It occupied a large area, twice the size of the City of Exiles. Old man, what does a second-tier city mean? A second-tier city is a city with a 2-star organization. Because the 2-star organizations are strong, the development of the city is very good. Look here, it's even bigger than the City of Exiles. The trading area is full of people. Cowherd hadn't been out for a long time. He looked around when he saw the endless stream of people. Is the currency here gold coins or military merit points? Both. The most important resource is still military merit points, but you can also buy a lot of things with gold coins. Oh right, kid, go take a look at the trading area. There might be equipment for sale. Lu Chen nodded. He wanted to buy equipment, but he also needed to buy a lot of herbs. Lu Yi refined pills to increase her alchemy level. The pills she refined were given to Furball to heal its injuries and help it grow. However, there was another problem. Lu Chen hadn't leveled up in a long time. He had been in the 3rd layer of heaven for so long and had encountered thousands of races. Where could he find a place to level up, get equipment, or get orange monster cores? Old man, is there no place to level up in the human territory? Where did you get your equipment? Of course there is. Speaking of which, a second-tier city would usually be close to a leveling area. However, there are too many wolves and not enough meat. The competition is usually very fierce. Lu Chen nodded. As long as there was such a place, it was fine. Then it seems that we'll have to stay here for a while. There's no hurry to go to the trading area. Let's find a place to stay and then take a look at the leveling area. I won't buy anything that can be obtained. Lu Chen decided on a plan based on his stingy habits. There was an inn in the city. Lu Chen and Cowherd booked 2 rooms and paid a month's rent in advance. The two then headed to the leveling area. When they arrived at the leveling area, Lu Chen felt as if he had returned to the beginner's village. Xianyuan Instance Dungeon Team, missing 1 member. Titled Marshal will lead the team. There are 7 more teams before it's our turn. Immortal Marshal Beast Tamer Marshal or Puppet Master Marshal. Clear Mirror Lake Instance Dungeon, Position 25. 3 Military Merit Points. 20-man team, enter the chaotic plains. Only experts, martial and above, come. The human territory was small. If there was a leveling area, it would already be overcrowded. Lu Chen looked at Cowherd and smiled. Hee, I can finally level up. Old man, let's go. I'll take you to get some equipment. Chapter 5:11. The rule of Maple City was that one had to line up to farm. Teams were all waiting to enter the farming area. Lu Chen roughly understood the few farming areas. There were 3 team dungeons nearby, Shenyuan, Mirror Lake, and Den of Evil. Among them, Shenyuan was the most difficult. There was a very low chance of 3 immortal weapons dropping. If it was before, Lu Chen wouldn't care about the Shenyuan immortal weapons stats. However, Lu Chen was using the infinite sword of the Celestial and Demon. As long as there was new equipment, he could devour it. Lu Chen naturally had to farm it. Mirror Lake and Den of Evil dropped a few dazzling gold items, so he had to farm them all. In addition to the dungeons, there was also the chaotic plains, where one could farm all kinds of wild monsters to level up. The wild bosses would drop equipment and orange-colored beast cores, which could be used for the growth of the divine beasts. The 3 dungeons were calculated according to time. One could farm for 1.5 hours. Regardless of whether one finished or not, they had to leave when the time was up. The chaotic plains didn't have a time limit. Because there was a type of monster that could steal the effects of recovery medicine, using recovery medicine was equivalent to suicide. Every team would automatically leave after exhausting their pure aura. Generally speaking, a 10-man team in the chaotic plains would farm for 30 minutes. The more powerful ones could farm for up to 50 minutes. The dungeon efficiency is a bit low. Lu Chen scratched his head. Old man, do you still want to level up? Cowherd said, I don't want to. Although there aren't many layer 3 monsters, they give a lot of experience. Leveling up isn't slow. My normal level cap is 150. With the 30% increase from Heaven's Might, I'm now level 195. In layer 3, Heaven's Might was normal. There was nothing strange about it. Cowherd had been in layer 3 for many years, so it was normal for him to reach the max level. Lu Chen had Heaven's Might, which increased his level cap by 60%. When he was in layer 2, he was level 160. In layer 3, he could reach level 240. At this time, there were long lines in the 3 dungeons and the chaotic plains. Lu Chen looked around and found that the people in front of him would have to wait a few days if they wanted to line up according to the order. There were people in front of him selling their seats. The seats near the front were all sold with military merits. Lu Chen and Cowherd had already used up their military merits. They couldn't afford it for the time being. Is there no way to avoid queuing? Lu Chen frowned. Cowherd thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I remember that this kind of place used to have record-breaking events. I don't know if they still exist now. I haven't been out for too long. Coincidentally, Cowherd's words were heard by a few people nearby. They looked at the old man and the young man. Break a record? Humph, there is an event. Can you guys break it? If you have the ability, don't wear fashionable clothes. Show us what equipment you have. Let me see how many immortal tier weapons you have. You still dare to think about breaking the record? A record that hasn't been touched for 7 years, and you dare to say that you want to break it? Do you know who set the record here? It's best to ask around before you speak. The current record can't be broken at all. Do you really think that so many of you are just eating rice? You dare to break the record with just 2 people. You're simply looking down on us. Lu Chen didn't know why their conversation would trigger some people's nerves. However, he did not have time to pay attention to these people because he had heard an important piece of news. There had always been record-breaking activities. "Old man, let's go and take a look." At the front of the line, a few people from the Maple Leaf family were maintaining order. At this moment, an old man and a young man walked over. Among these people, most of them were wearing gray family uniforms. One of them was wearing white clothes. It seemed that his status was not the same. His ID was Maple Leaf Tassel. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged and cultivating spiritual energy. "Stop, what are you running around for?" Someone immediately stopped Lu Chen and Cowherd. "Go to the back and line up. I want to ask, if we break the record here, does that mean we don't have to line up?" Suddenly, Maple Leaf Tassel opened his eyes. He slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who spoke. This person was wearing a bright red outfit. However, he didn't look feminine. Instead, he had a bloodthirsty aura. "Break the record." The Maple Leaf guard coldly snorted. "Do you know what the record here is? Break the record. It's best to ask around before coming back. Go back and line up." Lu Chen smiled slightly. "You don't seem to understand my question." That person frowned. "I told you to go back and line up. Why are you taking advantage of me?" Lu Chen was a little impatient. "What, you don't let people break the record here?" "Of course, you can't break it. How do you know if you don't try?" At this moment, Maple Leaf Tassel stood up. "Little Ming." Seeing that the person behind him had left, the guard immediately shut up and retreated to the side. Maple Leaf Tassel slowly walked towards Lu Chen. "Young man, of course you can challenge the record here. However, in order to prevent people from cutting the line in the name of challenging the record, we will decide your punishment according to your challenge results." Lu Chen curled his lips. "Punishment? Maybe I'll succeed in the challenge." Tassel smiled slightly. "Do you know who set the record in our Maple Leaf City?" "I don't know." "You don't need to know the name of that team. You just need to know that there are 5 destined marshals and 5 titled marshals in that team." There were some people around who didn't know about this matter. When they heard Tassel's words, they immediately exclaimed. "My God, 5 destined marshals! What kind of team has such a luxurious configuration? No wonder people say that the record in Maple Leaf City can't be broken. A team of 10, 5 titled marshals, and 5 destined marshals. This is already a top-notch configuration. At first, I was wondering what kind of monster's record of 4 hours and 38 minutes was. It turns out that it was set by such a team. No wonder." Suoeng was also a little nervous. He pulled Lu Chen's arm. "Sigh, 4 hours and 38 minutes, this result is a little scary." Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Suoeng. "Old man, can you have some confidence in me?" "It's not that I don't have confidence. This isn't a competition of one's ability to fight alone. It's a competition of endurance. They are a team. Pharmacists can add spiritual energy. In that team, the weakest is a titled marshal. Their spiritual energy recovery must be very strong." Lu Chen shook his head. "Are you saying that I can't last long? Are you kidding me? My endurance is very strong. Don't say anything, just follow me." Tassel saw that Suoeng was persuading the kid and smiled. "How about it? Do you still want to challenge?" Lu Chen turned his head and smiled. "Challenge. Let's pick these records together." Everyone almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After talking for so long, this guy actually gave up on challenging them. Okay. Then let me make it clear. We will start from the plains of chaos. If the 2 of you can't last 180 minutes, you are not allowed to come to the wilderness for a month. If the 2 of you can't last 120 minutes, we will expel you from Maple Leaf City. If the 2 of you can't last 60 minutes, it will be considered a provocation to Maple Leaf City. After killing you, you will be wanted in the entire city. Chapter 5:12. Now, do you still want to challenge? Lu Qin said without hesitation, yes. Okay, Little Ming, announce it to the whole city. Lu Qin also received the announcement from Maple Leaf City. Someone was going to challenge Maple Leaf City's record that had been sealed for 7 years. A large number of people came from all over the city and surrounded the Q point in the wilderness. Which Marshal Tianming is leading the team? Maple Leaf City's record has been sealed for 7 years. Can anyone break it? It said that only 2 people came to challenge it. Is it true? People craned their necks and looked inside. The ground under Lu Chen's feet suddenly rose slowly and turned into a high platform. Maple Leaf Tassel walked to the front of the platform and said to everyone, I'm very happy that someone is willing to challenge our Maple Leaf City's record today. The previous team Tianming has already turned Maple Leaf City's record into a legend. I also hope to make Maple Leaf City's record go one step further and let other cities see Maple Leaf City's strength. Of course, in order to protect everyone's interests and prevent people from playing tricks, those who fail the challenge will be severely punished by our Maple Leaf City. This time, the challengers announced that they want to challenge all the events in Maple Leaf City's wild area. Let's welcome these 2 challengers. The crowd below was in an uproar. Is it really just 2 people? Damn, they're here to be funny. It's not Marshal Tianming. These 2 people are really reckless. With the intensity of the chaotic plains, our team can only hold on for 47 minutes at most. Moreover, the wild monsters are getting stronger and stronger. The difficulty is increasing geometrically. A record of 4.5 hours is simply inhumane. They still want to break the record. Dream on. Lu Chen and Cowherd were pushed to the front of the platform. Cowherd looked hopeless. Kid, why do I feel like I'm going to be wanted by another city? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at him. Old man, I'm here. What are you afraid of? It's because of you. Otherwise, why would I come to challenge this record? At this time, a Maple Leaf City guard came over. Now, please take off your clothes. Lu Chen looked frightened. Why do we have to take off our clothes? We're here to break the record. What does that have to do with fashion? We want to disable the invisibility effect on your equipment to prevent people from cheating in order to break the record. Lu Chen and Cowherd looked at each other, their faces filled with horror. If you refuse to cooperate, you will fail the challenge. Cowherd couldn't help but shake his head. I told you, take it off. You can't lose because of this. Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked below the stage. There were many female audience members who were eagerly waiting. Fine, I'll take it off. I'm not at a disadvantage anyway. As soon as the 2 of them took off their clothes, everyone was stunned. Both of them were wearing the same type of underpants and were shirtless. These 2 people didn't have any equipment on them. To be more precise, Lu Chen was in a better state, as he had a strange sword hanging by his side. Cowherd was even worse off, as he didn't even have a weapon. Suddenly, a sharp female voice came from below the stage. Ah! What a hooligan! Little Ming, the Maple Leaf Guard, was speechless. I told you to take off your clothes, not your equipment. Put it on. Especially you, you're just an old man, yet you're still so dirty. Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. Cowherd was a legendary figure in Green Rock Planet, yet he was called, dirty. Kid, what are you laughing at? Cowherd's face turned red and white. After holding it in for a long time, he said to Little Ming, I don't have any equipment. If you don't have any equipment, then why did you come to challenge? You go ask him. Little Ming walked in front of Lu Chen. What about you? Where's your equipment? Here, this is my sword. You're only equipped with a sword? Yes. Little Ming almost suffered internal injuries from holding it in. He looked back at Liusu blankly. Marshal, this, Maple Leaf. Liusu didn't react for a while. After a few seconds, she said, seal the invisibility effect on his weapon. Little Ming took out a talisman, muttered something, and then pressed it on Limitless Sword. Lu Qin secretly ordered Limitless Sword in his mind, don't move. After the talisman was pressed on the sword, it quickly disappeared. Lu Qin checked Limitless Sword and found that a line of small words appeared on it. Invisibility effects are disabled. Lasts for 24 hours. Looking at the two challengers on the stage who were only wearing underpants, the audience had already exploded. This is really funny. It's fine if they're not Marshal Tianming, but they don't even have equipment. These two people are tired of living. I've really never seen such a weirdo in my life. Are they humiliating Maple Leaf City? Let's wait for them to be killed. Remember the appearance of these two people. When the time comes, they will definitely be wanted in the city. Killing them will be rewarded with military merits. Lu Qin also had no choice. The culprit of all this was Limitless Sword. Who asked this guy to eat both his and Cowherd's equipment? Speaking of which, they only sealed the invisibility effect on the equipment, but they didn't seal Xiao Min's invisibility. However, Lu Qin was going to gain experience, so it didn't make any difference whether he was invisible or not. Maple Leaf. Liusu said, I hope you're not trying to play to the gallery. You're only allowed to use the temporary backpack provided by us. Lu Qin shrugged indifferently, can we wear the clothes now? Up to you. After putting on the clothes again, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while, the previous group came out. At this time, Lu Qin and Cowherd also entered the chaotic plains. Hey, kid, save your spiritual energy. It's not that easy to last for 4.5 hours. Cowherd's worry wasn't unreasonable. Under normal circumstances, let alone the Heavenly Fate Marshals, even the Heavenly Fate Marshals had enough spiritual energy for a fight. However, 5 Heavenly Fate Marshals and 5 Title Marshals only lasted for 4.5 hours. The chaotic plains were not that easy to pass. Although Lu Qin killed the 9-clawed black dragon, he didn't really use many techniques. Strong explosive power didn't mean that he had strong endurance. However, Lu Qin wasn't in a hurry at all. Old man, let's go. Let's get a set of equipment first. The two stepped into the black hole entrance at the same time. As soon as they entered the chaotic plains, Lu Qin found that he had directly entered battle mode. In the vast plains, there were huge monsters everywhere. Not only did they have the bloodlines Lu Qin had, but there were also many species that Lu Qin had never seen before. There were monsters on land and in the sky, filling the chaotic plains. These monsters were huge, with the largest exceeding 100 meters. They were even fighting with each other. Near the entrance of the chaotic plains, there was a fortification made of some kind of metal. It looked like a triangle formed by 3 huge shields. At the 3 corners, there was a small opening that could fit 2 or 3 people. The top was open, but the opening wasn't big. If one person guarded it, it could block the attacks of the aerial units. No wonder only one group can enter at a time. Lu Qin suddenly realized. If it weren't for this metal structure, normal groups wouldn't be able to survive so many monsters. Kid, I'll guard the opening at the top. You take care of the 3 below, Cowherd immediately said. I don't know if I can block without equipment. Lu Qin smiled, old man, you haven't seen me farm before, right? Of course I haven't. Then that's it. How many monsters can you farm here? Let's go out and farm. Chapter 5:13. When Lu Qin walked out of the fortifications, a large number of wild monsters rushed over. It was a black mass, and it was very eye-catching. Kid, come back. Cowherd shouted anxiously, but the kid did not turn around. This guy, you're here to break the record. Can't you be a bit more stable? Cowherd could only follow. Lightless sky flame pillar. Black coffin death zone. These two skills that had not been used for a long time finally had a chance to be used. Colorless pillars of light shot up into the sky. Under the buff of everlasting sword, the range of each pillar was at least twice as large as before, and the frequency was also faster. As long as a monster was hit by a pillar of light, they would be stunned and receive damage for 3 seconds. Moreover, they would also receive continuous damage from the black coffin death zone. Their health bars were slowly decreasing. The monsters all have hundreds of millions of health. Lu Chen frowned slightly. These two skills alone were not enough to kill the monsters here. He needed to add something else. Little Green, come out too. I'll help you level up and use your man's heavenly certificate. I'll learn it. Boss, you're the best. Lu Yi immediately used man's heavenly certificate. Suddenly, countless flower petals fell from the sky. As long as one touched the petals, they would be poisoned. -8,442, -8,442, Little Green's level was still too low, so the damage was almost negligible. This time, Lu Chen directly used a skill duplication scroll. Little Green's skill level was not high, so he should be able to duplicate it. Man's heavenly certificate obtained. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. When Lu Chen used man's heavenly certificate, the poison damage rapidly increased. A large number of monsters began to appear above their heads. -1. 38 million, poisoned, -1. 38 million, poisoned, Lu Chen frowned slightly. The damage was still a bit too low. Speaking of which, the monsters here really did have high health, and these were only the outermost monsters. The efficiency is too low. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Cowherd looked at Lu Chen in horror. The efficiency was still low. This guy's solo combat ability was already so strong, but his AoE farming ability was also so terrifying. It's a pity that this daddy's bow and arrows were swallowed by the limitless sword. Otherwise, shooting from a distance would be much faster. Just as Lu Chen was complaining, the voice of the limitless sword's artifact spirit sounded in his mind, I swallowed the abyss bow, but you can still use the bow and arrow. Just pull the bowstring. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. He took a bow stance and made a bow. As expected, an illusory longbow appeared in his hand. When he placed the black crystal arrow on it, it was as if he had placed it on the abyss bow. So that's how it works. Haha, that's great. Let's start then. God of War Possession. Demon Transformation. 3 Devil Transformations. Dark Elemental Attack Change. Put him to death. Dragon Blood Boil. Lu Chen gave himself a bunch of buffs, increasing his attack power. Demon Doppelganger. Demon King's Will, refresh. Demon Doppelganger. At the same time, more than 30 Lu Chen clones appeared. Long-range shooting. A longbow appeared in the hands of the doppelganger. After 10 seconds of preparation time, a large number of arrows were shot in all directions, like a rain of arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sea of arrows was like an army pressing down on the wild monsters. Following that, countless damage values filled the sky. In addition to the 3 big AoE skills from before, Suowei could see all kinds of damage values. Suowei was shocked to the extreme, this is too exaggerated. You can still use AoE skills at the 3rd layer of heaven. As a legendary character of the Green Rock planet, Suowei had also used AoE skills to level up. However, at the 3rd layer of heaven, a wild monster could easily have hundreds of millions of HP. Who could use AoE skills? However, Lone Tyrant was still able to move. Not only was there no danger to himself, but his speed was also amazing. You little brat, do you think it's so easy to level up? Suowei looked at Lu Chen. It took me several years to level up. With your speed, wouldn't you be able to level up in a month? Lu Chen said seriously, the third layer of heaven is truly worthy of being called the third layer of heaven. Even wild monsters are so hard to kill. Hard to kill your head. You know, even martial destiny can't farm like you. You should be content. Lu Chen laughed, old man, don't interrupt. I'll throw the equipment on the ground and you can pick it up yourself. Just wear it first and wait for the dungeon to drop good equipment before changing. A few minutes later, Lu Chen's system interface began to refresh. Killed 3 King Kong, second advancement demon level 120. Obtained 36 million auras. Obtained second advancement rank 1 talent fragment x3. Obtained second advancement 1 star evolution points x3. Ding! Obtained King Kong bracers, dark gold, x2, greed effect triggered. Obtained beast core, orange, x2, greed effect triggered. Obtained King Kong talons, orange material, x2. Killed golden goshawk, second advancement demon level 128. Obtained 24 million auras. Obtained second advancement rank 1 talent fragment x3. Obtained second advancement 1 star evolution points x3. Ding! Obtained golden beak, dark gold material. Obtained beast core, orange, killed sturdy root treant, second advancement demon level 142. Obtained 8 million auras. Obtained second advancement rank 2 talent fragment x2. Obtained second advancement rank 2 evolution points x2. Lu Chen had not leveled up yet, but Lu Yi was already enveloped by a white light. Master, I leveled up again, I leveled up again. Cowherd's eyes had already turned red. Miss Lu, I can't see you anymore. Heavens, how can you level up like this? Lu Chen had also obtained a pile of equipment. Among the monsters in the third heaven, the worst was purple equipment. Most of them were orange equipment, and dark gold equipment was quite common. The drop rate of dazzling gold equipment was quite low. However, even if the drop rate was low, it was not enough to withstand such a large number of monsters. Not long later, a large pile of equipment appeared in front of Cowherd. Old man, since you have nothing to do, help me organize the equipment. Lu Chen was busy farming. No matter what the quality is, as long as it's new, pick it out. If there's a good one, then use it. If there isn't, then forget it. Find yourself a set to wear. Throw the rest in a pile. Cowherd looked at the equipment in front of him and was a bit absent-minded. The equipment here, if it was dark gold or above, could be sold for a lot of military merit. The lower quality equipment could be sold to refiners to train their skills. It was also a large income. This was the first time he was picking equipment like this. I'm sitting on top of a mountain of gold. Not long later, Cowherd found more and more equipment. If he did not hurry up, he might not have enough time to choose. Kid, then I'll start. Right, pay attention to your spiritual energy. If you use AoE attacks like this, you might not have enough pure spiritual energy. Those monsters that come out of the ground, we call them gluttonous monsters. Once you use recovery medicine, they will steal the recovery status. About an hour later, more monsters came from the distance. Be careful, the second wave is coming. This wave has more health. How much pure spiritual energy do you have left? Lu Chen looked at his status. I've used it all. AoE attacks consume too much pure spiritual energy. I can only last for an hour. Ah. No problem, I still have this. Lu Chen said. He raised one hand and the dark Huangsa orb appeared in his palm. Spiritual energy storm. In a few seconds, Lu Chen's pure spiritual energy was replenished. This is a fake Mukan orb. Cowherd looked at Lu Chen in shock. You can even get this thing. I thought you could only look at it and not take it. Lu Chen put away the Mukin orb and looked at Cowherd with disdain, who said you can't take it. At first, you couldn't take it, but you can take it after completing a legendary hidden mission. Cowherd's face stiffened. Legendary hidden mission. There are legendary hidden missions in the first layer of heaven? Even if there are, who can complete a legendary mission in the first layer of heaven? I say, what kind of monster are you? Lu Chen laughed and said half-truthfully, you're right. Have you heard of the weak gnolls? Chapter 5:14. An hour later, outside the Maple Leaf City farming spot, there were already people talking about it. What's going on? They haven't come out yet. It's been an hour. Don't tell me those two Luonans can hold on for so long. Our team can't even hold on for an hour. Yeah, don't tell me there's some special method. Boss Liusu, can you disclose the number of monsters killed? We suspect that they're cheating. Liusu looked at the time. An hour had passed. Those two people who didn't even have any equipment, it was impossible that they hadn't come out yet. Show me the data of the chaotic planes. A huge translucent data window was displayed on the platform. Chaotic planes data map, current number of people in the planes, 2, current number of monsters killed in the planes, 488 normal third-class advancement monsters, 51 elite monsters, 7 bosses. Time used, 58:46, the audience instantly exploded. Impossible. 550 monsters killed in less than an hour. Absolutely impossible. I swear with my life that the data must be wrong. We can only kill 30 to 40 monsters in an hour. The two of them killed 550 monsters. And 7 bosses. Even Destiny's team couldn't deal this much damage before. Calculating the damage, a monster has 500 million HP, an elite monster has 1.5 billion HP, and a boss has 3 billion HP. The two of them dealt 300 billion damage in an hour. How is that possible? Maple Leaf Liusu hurriedly checked the data window. There was no mistake. This is impossible. How can anyone deal such high damage? Boss Liusu, should we show the scene of the planes? Xiao Ming asked. Liusu frowned. Many people didn't want others to see their battle process. However, under certain special circumstances, as the owner of Maple Leaf City, they had the right to show the battle situation in the wilderness. However, it required a higher authority. It had to be activated by the owner of Maple Leaf City, who was also the patriarch of the Maple Leaf family. Let's wait for a while. The data is correct. With such a terrifying output, their pure aura can't handle it. Let's wait for them to come out first. 2 hours had passed, and the data in the data window was still jumping crazily. Current number of monsters killed in the plains, 721 normal third-class advancement monsters, 134 elite monsters, 22 bosses. There were more elites and bosses in the second wave of monsters, so the number of normal monsters killed slowed down. However, the number of elites and bosses killed had doubled. Little Ming, go and call the patriarch over. Not long after, the crowd at the back of the venue parted, and several Maple Leaf clan members in luxurious clothes rushed over. The leader was a burly man with sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. He strode towards the high platform with a few Maple Leaf clansmen behind him. They were both young and old. They looked at each other when they saw the data in the data window. Are these results real? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with the surveillance window? That's impossible, right? I dealt 700 billion damage in 2 hours. How can I still have points? Could it be that the strongest heavens mandate is leading a team here? The Maple Leaf Master's ID was Maple Leaf Green Shirt. In the end, he directly teleported to the high platform. Liusu, turn on the screen. Uncle, are we really going to open it? If he didn't cheat, I'm afraid we'll have to apologize to him in public. Qin Shan's gaze turned solemn. Even the top 5 Destiny's Realm experts can't obtain such data. It's obviously fake. Taking a step back, if there is really someone who can achieve such heaven-defying damage, he can destroy half of my Maple Leaf City by himself. What harm is there in apologizing to him? Liusu nodded. Yes, uncle. Not long after, the data window changed. Several data items moved up and were located at the top of the window. Below the window, there was a live broadcast of the chaotic planes. The image is connecting. Progress, 32%, 48%, I bet with my 20 years of experience that guy must have used some kind of opportunistic method. One of the Maple Leaf Elders said, it's already a problem for him to live for so long with a naked body, let alone deal such high damage. I don't believe it even if you beat me to death. Could it be that they're fighting with a choke point? Impossible, it's impossible to deal such high damage when fighting with a choke point. There's an 80% chance that the data is wrong. Let's wait for the image. The image was finally connected. In the image, 3 figures gradually became clear. Hey, old man, I received a notification saying that Maple Leaf City is broadcasting. What does that mean? Lu Qin leaned against a large pile of equipment behind him and rested his head on his hands. It means what it means. They must be suspecting that we're cheating. Suo Wen was still sorting out the equipment with his head down. Hey, kid, it seems that all the equipment here is here. There's no new equipment. Do you still want to look at the rest? Suo Wen glanced at the pile of equipment in front of him and was a little scared. It's fine if you don't want to look at it. Anyway, there's not much difference in attributes. Help me choose a more handsome set, the one you just chose. Do you have to wear the same thing as me? It's just temporary. I have to change it when I go to the dungeon. You little brat, you're really lazy. At first, you were fighting in the jungle, but now you're letting your doppelganger kill monsters. Lu Yi walked over, Elder Suo, I'll choose. You can rest for a while. As she said that, a white light appeared under Lu Yi's feet again. She leveled up again. But now she was numb. She was not as excited as before. These 3 people were not killing monsters at all. One of them was lying on the ground, and the other 2 were sorting out the equipment. It felt like they were rummaging through a garbage dump. The surrounding scene gradually became clearer. More than 30 doppelgangers were shooting arrows at the monsters, and the monsters around them were being whittled down by Lightless Sky Flame Pillar, Black Coffin Death Zone, Man's Proof of Heaven, and super long-range shooting. After seeing the scene, the crowd fell silent. Some people suspected that they were cheating, and some suspected that they were blocking the monsters. Although the surveillance footage showed that it was neither, it still exceeded everyone's expectations. These people were resting. Resting in the chaotic plains. Are you kidding me? That guy has so many doppelgangers. How can his doppelgangers have such high attack power? Then wouldn't his real body be even stronger? Those equipment are just piled up there. There's a lot of dazzling equipment in there. The data displayed on the window was still rapidly increasing. Their resting did not affect the progress of killing monsters at all. 4 hours later, the young man yawned and turned to the side. Xiao Min, help me use my doppelgangers. Don't let them disappear. I'm going offline to sleep. There was no sound in the spectator stands. That guy was in the chaotic plains, going offline to sleep. 12 hours later, the guy who went offline finally came online again. The equipment behind him was already piled up like a mountain. Old man, pick out the dazzling equipment. We'll split it in half and give it to our own people. No need, no need. These are all yours. 1 set is enough for me. Don't mention it. You've helped me organize them for so long. It's not too much to ask for a fee. Lu Qin sat up and looked at Lu Yi. She was already level 82. He himself had also increased by 4 or 5 levels. Today's efficiency was not bad. Now that this wave of monsters was all bosses, it was a bit difficult to kill them with AoE attacks. The doppelgangers had already changed to melee and fought with the bosses. Does the boss drop any new equipment? Lu Chen asked. No, but the chances of it dropping are higher. Then don't kill it. Leveling is too slow. If you want to get equipment, you have to go to the dungeon. The equipment here is not good. Put away the equipment and go out. After I go out, I'm going to ask that Maple Leaf family. Lu Chen stood up, his eyes gradually turning cold. Who gave you the right to spy on me when I'm leveling? As soon as he said this, the hearts of the Maple Leaf family members who were sitting in front of the data window all contracted tightly. Master, he seems to be angry. Chapter 5:15. The black hole opened, and Lu Chen and Cowherd walked out together. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Chen. He was the one fighting in the battle plains, and Cowherd was obviously his assistant. Lu Chen looked back. There were many people from the Maple Leaf clan, and a few of them were older. Their clothes were inlaid with gold. His voice suddenly turned cold. I don't mind if you steal my equipment, but you broadcast my leveling without my permission. That's against the rules. Lu Chen frowned and turned to look at the Maple Leaf clan. He snorted coldly. When we challenged the record, you said that we would be killed on the spot in less than 6 minutes and wanted in the city. Now, I'll give you a chance. If your explanation doesn't satisfy me, I'll destroy Maple Leaf City. Maple Leaf Green Shirt trembled in fear. This guy was really giving them a taste of their own medicine. He wanted to destroy Maple Leaf City. Sir, please calm down. Someone immediately came forward to mediate. Maple Leaf Green Shirt hurried forward. Please calm down. Your damage is too high. We really don't understand. That's why we started the broadcast without consulting you. Yes, sir. We've been in Maple Leaf City for almost 100 years, but we've never seen such ridiculous numbers. We couldn't believe it at that time, so gentlemen, let's talk it over. We've seen your strength and we admire you greatly. To be honest, our Maple Leaf City is also very proud to have such a terrifying record. We just want to ensure the fairness of the competition. Lu Chen looked at the Maple Leaf clan. Their attitude of apologizing wasn't bad. Moreover, he had received the news in the battle plains, so it might have been them who sent it. Although they watched Lu Chen fight without permission, they at least notified him in advance, making up for it. Lu Chen wasn't a stingy person. Since these people were willing to admit their mistakes, he wouldn't really destroy their city. After all, a 2-star clan couldn't compare to a powerful force like the Dongfang clan. They only had a few titled marshals to hold the fort. Lu Chen's record was 3 times that of the Destiny Squad. These people naturally didn't dare to offend him. Kid, forget it. They've already admitted their mistakes, Cowherd said. Lu Chen nodded and exhaled. Alright, since your attitude isn't bad, I won't argue with you this time. Thank you, sir. That dungeon record, Maple Leaf Green Shirt hurriedly said, Sir, you've just farmed the Battle of Beasts Plains for 2 hours. You must be tired. Why don't you take a rest before you challenge again? Maple Leaf Tassel added, the 2 of you should be staying in Maple Leaf City to level up. May I know where the 2 of you are staying now? Tongfu Inn. Tongfu Inn. Why don't the 2 of you stay in our Maple Leaf estate? At least the environment is better. Yes. Since you 2 distinguished guests can come to our Maple Leaf City, how can we not do our duty as hosts? Come to our residence and have something to eat first. Our chef's cooking skill is already at level 7. The food he cooks will definitely satisfy you too. Lu Chen was not tired. His main task was to take a nap. However, considering that Cowherd and the others might be tired, he decided to postpone the challenge for the time being. On the other hand, Lu Chen had some questions he wanted to ask the people of Tier 3. Forget about living there. However, if your cooking skill is at level 7 and your skills are the same as chasing clouds, I can give it a try. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, the people of the Maple Leaf family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen and Cowherd followed Maple Leaf Green Shirt down the high platform and walked towards the city. Green Shirt and the others did not dare to neglect Lu Chen and the others. They had already set up a table full of delicacies. As a family, they definitely had a lot of ingredients stored. Unlike Chasing Cloud, who was stingy and always roasted meat as if it was his own. Lu Chen grabbed a piece of roasted meat and tasted it. The taste was slightly worse than Chasing Cloud's roasted meat, but it was still delicious. During the meal, Green Shirt accompanied them. After chatting with Lu Chen and the others for a while, the atmosphere between the two sides became much more harmonious. Tassel asked curiously, "The two of you, may I ask if the two of you are Martial Destiny?" "No, the old man is a general, and I am a militia," Lu Chen directly answered. The few people at the table almost spat out the food in their mouths. Militia? Impossible. Lu Chen directly showed his position. He was a militia. Lu Chen looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd. He put down the food and smiled. "Is the military rank that important?" This. Tassel wanted to say that of course the military rank was important. It was almost the most important proof of strength in Tier 3. It could be exchanged for items and was also a symbol of status. In short, in Tier 3, everything depended on the military rank. Green Shirt said, "Little brother, the military rank is still very important. If you are a Martial Destiny, we would not dare to spy on you." Lu Chen nodded. Green Shirt seemed like an honest person. "Maybe it is very important, but I don't care. I also don't want to be promoted." One of the juniors could not help but be curious and asked, "Why?" Green Shirt glared at his juniors. "Little brother, you naturally have your own thoughts. Don't talk too much." Lu Chen smiled. "Actually, it's nothing. I just feel that the so-called battles in Tier 3 are meaningless." After taking a sip of tea, Lu Chen sighed softly. During this period of time in Tier 3, he had been to many places in the outer villages of the human race, the Heaven's Punishment Tower, the City of Exiles, the Demon Race's territory, the Dragon Necropolis, and Maple Leaf City. He had a deeper understanding of Tier 3. Lu Chen looked at Qin Shan. "I've fought with many alien races, and I've also fought with human experts. The advantage of humans isn't in one-on-one combat. Many of the alien races are much stronger than humans of the same level." Green Shirt nodded. There was no doubt about this. Many races had their own racial characteristics, and these characteristics were also reflected in the game. The physical body of the demon race, the spiritual power of the demon race, the agility of the demon race. Humans actually lost at the starting line. "Little brother, we all know what you said. At the same level, humans are no match for the foreign races. This has been proven countless times." Lu Chen nodded. "So, humans actually have no advantage here. Under such circumstances, humans still don't know how to unite to fight against the enemy. What kind of privileges are these? It's really meaningless. No matter how strong a race is, if they can't unite, they will eventually go extinct." Lu Chen thought of the ancient dragon race. Their individual strength gave him a headache, but in the end, they also became the words on the stone tablet. Green Shirt was stunned on the spot. This kid's thoughts were exactly the same as his own in the past. In some cities with wild areas, there was a fee to farm wild areas. Moreover, not everyone could farm wild areas. However, Maple Leaf City's wild areas only had one requirement. One could enter as long as they lined up. No matter if they were originally from Maple Leaf City or not, they were open to everyone. From this point of view, Maple Leaf City was considered to be relatively fair. And this point also reflected the Maple Leaf family's desire to improve everyone's strength. Although their city wasn't considered a paradise, at least they had action. Lu Chen shook his head. Some people are willing to sacrifice themselves for others, while some people betray their fellow people for their own selfish interests. What top 10 forces, they are all doing things their own way. In order to compete for the quota to go to the Tower of Babel, no one really thinks for the entire human race. Green Shirt was a little excited. Little brother, then what do you plan to do next? Lu Chen took a deep breath. Only those with the title of Marshal and above can participate in the tournament. However, each of the 5 major families has a quota to waive the military rank requirement. As for others, if they are jointly recommended by several families, they can waive the military rank requirement. As he spoke, Lu Chen looked at Green Shirt. I hope you can support me in participating in the tournament. Chapter 5:16. Qin Shan didn't immediately agree to Lu Chen's request. This matter was related to the reputation of the Maple Leaf family. Before leaving, Qin Shan grabbed Lu Chen and asked, "Little brother, I need a few more days to think about what you said today. But if you want to recommend you, at least let me know your name." Lu Chen smiled. "It should be on your wanted list." "Ah. You're wanted by our Maple Leaf City?" Lu Chen nodded. "Solipsistic." Qin Shan was stunned for a moment. He searched his mind and then stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes. You're the solipsistic who challenged the Heaven Punisher Tower." "No, solipsistic used a bow and arrow, 9 dragon pillars and a saber." "You used a sword." Lu Chen didn't explain much and directly revealed his ID. Unlike everyone else's white ID, Lu Chen's ID was gold. This was enough to explain the problem. "It's really you. But you're telling me this. Aren't you afraid that I'll arrest you?" Lu Chen smiled. "City Lord, I'm wanted by the entire third heaven. Don't tell me that I'm going to be a coward. Besides, you just want to steal my treasure. Come and steal it if you can." Qin Shan frowned and looked at Lu Chen. He hesitated for a moment. "Forget it. I can't steal it. If you're solipsistic, you might really win the martial arts competition. Then you'll challenge the Heaven Punisher Tower, right?" Cowherd interrupted. "He'll definitely go to the Heaven Punisher Tower. But before that, he has one more thing to do. He must get first place in the martial arts competition." Qin Shan asked curiously, "What is it?" Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "The martial arts competition of the 10,000 races." "The martial arts competition of the 10,000 races?" Qin Shan looked at Lu Chen in horror. "Your goal is the martial arts competition of the 10,000 races? That's a competition where all the races send out their strongest forces to fight for territory. The human race has been absent for a long time." Lu Chen looked at Qin Shan. "It's fine if I was absent in the past, but I'll participate this time. However, I have to prove myself in the martial arts competition of the human race and gain the support of the major forces. Only then will people be willing to let me represent the human race in the competition." "Brother Quan." Qin Shan looked at Lu Chen. "Do you know that in order to fight for territory, many experts from other races are suppressing their strength and are not in a hurry to enter the fourth heaven? Actually, the strength of those people is enough to enter the fourth heavenly layer." Lu Chen nodded. "Brother Quan, do you know that the martial arts competition is a battle of life and death?" Lu Chen took a deep breath and nodded. "I know." After traveling with Cowherd for so long, he knew many things that he didn't know before. The human race great martial arts meet was to select those with potential to enter Skysplit Tower. This was a personal matter. As for the myriad race martial arts competition, it was a matter of the races. The various races held the myriad race martial arts competition every half a year. Every race would send a representative to participate. Because it was related to the interests of the race, many super experts cultivated by other races would not hesitate to delay entering the fourth heaven to represent their race in the competition. Their strength was already at the fourth heaven level. As for the human race, they would also send Marshal Tianming to participate in the myriad race martial arts competition in the past. However, they did not achieve any results. On the contrary, the forces that sent out their strongest experts would lose their super experts and their strength would be greatly reduced. The competition within the human race was fierce. Over time, no one was willing to send people to participate. The myriad race martial arts competition used a battle of life and death. The first move was to injure the physical body. It was common to see people die in battle. When he looked at Lu Chen again, Qing Shan's gaze was different from before. There was more admiration in his eyes. "Brother Kwang, I'll think about what you said. You can stay in Maple Leaf City for a while. Come to me if you need anything." As he spoke, Qing Shan took out a voice transmission talisman. "This is my personal voice transmission talisman." Lu Chen took the voice transmission talisman and put it away. He returned to the inn with Cowherd. The next morning, Lu Chen and Cowherd woke up early to challenge the dungeon record. The 3 great dungeons were not difficult for Lu Chen. He could clear them at least 3 or 4 times in 1.5 hours, breaking the record again. His experience level increased rapidly. Cowherd collected another set of equipment. Lu Yi's level also increased rapidly. During the day, he farmed monsters. At night, Lu Chen let the Infinite Demon Sword devour new equipment. As the Infinite Demon Sword could only use 30 special effects, Lu Chen repeatedly chose. He found that he was still using the original special effects. Most of the special effects were not replaced. Xianwu's Sunset Morning Dew is quite interesting. Let's change the Wishful Clone. The Wishful Clone's level was lower than the Demon Clone. The clone's illusion could not use skills. Although it could use many skills, it was relatively repetitive. After devouring a large number of equipment, the Infinite Demon Sword's attributes were even more terrifying. I have already obtained 2 of the most important treasures of the third heaven. Lu Chen thought to himself. I'm only missing the middle scroll of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. I wonder where it is. The people of the Maple Leaf Mansion did not give Lu Chen a reply. He was not in a hurry. After clearing the 3 great dungeons, he leveled up in the Plains of Chaos. On this day, Lu Chen suddenly received an email. It's from Brother Shan and the others. Lu Chen hurriedly opened the email. Madman, we have received reliable information. The shifters are about to launch a large-scale attack on the human territory. They said that you stole their treasure. The humans must call you out. Otherwise, the human territory will be bathed in blood in 3 months. They are gathering other races. They are preparing to use this as a pretext to attack the humans. Madman, no matter where you are, it is not safe now. You must be careful. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Stole the shifter's treasure. How could that be considered stealing? Now, it seemed that the shifters did not intend to give Lu Chen a chance to explain. The other races at least knew that Lu Chen had the Heaven Punishing Tower. This was enough for them to join forces and force the humans to submit. They are going to bathe in blood in the human territory. Lu Chen stared and snorted. 3 months later, it will be the time for the Myriad Races tournament. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Maybe they will use the Myriad Clan competition to put pressure on the human race. Originally, Lu Chen planned to level up and obtain the support of 10 2-star forces. Then, he would participate in the tournament without any military rank. Overall, there was no pressure. However, the news brought back by Li Beishan and the others made Lu Chen feel a sense of urgency. It feels like a war is about to break out. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He had to hurry. The next day, the Maple Leaf Mansion finally sent someone to look for Lu Chen. Green Shirt personally came to Tongfu Inn. Brother Quan, I'm afraid you must leave Maple Leaf City immediately. Green Shirt looked very anxious. I have received news that the other races are forcing the humans to hand you over. Otherwise, they will bathe the human territory in blood and even completely exterminate the humans. This news was the same as what Li Beishan had conveyed. It seemed that Green Shirt was a trustworthy person. Brother Quan, I know the other races very well. Actually, whether we hand you over or not, they will definitely attack the humans this time. Qin Sha's brows were filled with anxiety. This time, they have found an excuse to join forces. This time, it may be related to the survival of the humans. Chapter 5:17. The 5 major forces have already issued an emergency arrest warrant. Your 3D image has been sent to every major city. Brother Quan, your whereabouts are worth 100,000 military merit points. Now we can be sure that someone must have informed us that you are in Maple Leaf City. You must leave here immediately. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Brother Qing Shan, my thoughts are the same as yours. The myriad races are using my name to completely eradicate the human race. The more this is the case, the more I want to participate in the martial arts competition and obtain the qualification to participate. Brother Quan, you have to think clearly. Even if you win first place in the martial arts competition, if you can't convince the 5 major forces, I'm afraid you will be captured and sent to the demon race before you can participate in the martial arts competition. Lu Chen smiled slightly. If the human race still doesn't know how to unite at that time, then I don't need to care about the 3rd heaven. Brother Qing Shan, now I just want to know, can you nominate me? Qing Shan was silent for a long time and sighed. Actually, a few days ago, I found a few major forces that I have a good relationship with, hoping that they can support you. That's why it took so long. In contact with them, I learned that you come from a technological world. You don't have any background. From the 1st heaven to the 3rd heaven, you relied on yourself, is this true? Lu Chen nodded. I really don't have any background. Qing Shan leaned against the back of the chair and took a deep breath. It's true. Brother Quan, your strength is enough to challenge the Tower of Babel. I think the reason why you still want to participate in the martial arts competition is to seek a foothold for the entire human race. I, Qing Shan, can only admire your breadth of mind. Brother Quan, I'm very familiar with the people in charge of those forces. They are willing to nominate you. But Brother Quan, you have to think clearly. Once you are nominated, you will shoulder the fate of the entire human race. Qing Shan looked at Lu Chen. This responsibility is not something that ordinary people can bear. You might even have to bear it with your life. Lu Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. Actually, I don't want to worry about these things. I'm not as great as you say. It's just that the people from my hometown will probably come to the 3rd heaven. I don't want them to have to face a 3rd heaven that they can't survive. What's more, I've made a lot of friends here. I'm not doing this for anyone else, but for my friends. I'm going to fight. The green-robed man nodded heavily. I understand. Fine, the human clan is facing a catastrophe, and my Maple Leaf Mansion can't stay out of it. It doesn't matter if you nominate me, my Maple Leaf Mansion will advance and retreat together with Brother Quan. Brother Quan, the situation is critical now. Don't show up. Leave the rest to me. I'll help you contact people. A month later, the Jingguang Temple will hold the Human Clan Martial Arts Competition. At that time, I'll guarantee that at least 10 2-star forces will nominate you to participate in the competition. After Qin Shan finished speaking, he placed a wooden token on the table. This is my Maple Leaf Mansion's Patriarch's token. If I'm unable to fulfill my promise, then this token will belong to Brother Quang. Lu Chen couldn't help but be moved. Qing Shan had left his patriarch's token with him. The human clan wasn't all without guts. Some people were just oppressed by reality. When the crisis came, their guts broke free from the shackles of the past at the same time. Brother Quang, leave Maple Leaf City as soon as possible. Leave the rest to me. I'll see you at the Jingguan Temple in a month. Lu Chen and Cowherd left Maple Leaf City under the cover of night. I finally feel what it's like to be wanted by the entire server. Cowherd followed behind Lu Chen. We're lucky to have met a loyal Maple Leaf mansion. If we were caught, we might have been kidnapped in the middle of the night. Lu Chen smiled, old man, if you think it's dangerous, then don't follow me. What? You want to drive me away? Kid, let me tell you, I'm not afraid of danger. Back then, I was also wanted by several cities. When it comes to escaping, I'm more experienced than you. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. By the way, do you know where there are treasures? Or some forbidden places, such as the Dragon Tomb of the Goblin Clan or the Heaven's Punishment Tower? Cowherd looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Don't tell me you're addicted to exploring forbidden places. But speaking of which, the best treasures are really only found in forbidden places. Cowherd thought carefully and suddenly had an idea. Speaking of forbidden places, I remember one. There's a forbidden place in the Jingguan Temple. To be precise, it's not a forbidden place. It's more like a magical place. Magical place? Yes. The Mirror World. That should be the most famous place in the entire third layer of heaven, apart from the Heaven's Punishment Tower. The two chatted as they shuttled through the jungle. The Mirror World is actually a dungeon, but this dungeon is very interesting. The boss inside is yourself. Ah. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Strange, right? That's why I said it's a magical place. The first level of the Mirror World will duplicate a mirror image of the challenger with 100% of the original's combat strength, including attributes, skills, and even battle pets. Lu Chen frowned. This was the first time he had heard of such a dungeon. Does the mirror image have a consciousness? Yes. The only difference is its consciousness. It's like another person using your body, Cowherd said. Cowherd said, unfortunately, that consciousness is extremely strong, and its reaction speed is extremely abnormal. It can almost always maintain its peak state. That's why many people who have entered the mirror world will exclaim that I'm so powerful. When they saw the consciousness using their own body and the combat strength it displayed, they were all shocked. Just by listening to Cowherd's explanation, Lu Chen already felt that the difficulty of this dungeon was terrifying. A body with 100% of the original's combat strength, coupled with a consciousness that always maintained its peak state, how could he win? Old man, you said, first level, just now. Does that mean there's a second level? There should be. After all, after entering the dungeon, the map will show, first level of the mirror world. But at least after I came to the third heaven, I haven't heard of anyone passing the first level. From the militia to the destined marshal, many people have tried, but, the result is the same, Cowherd said. Actually, it's because the mirror world is too difficult that the alien race left such a strange dungeon for the human race to occupy. Think about it, the rewards for this dungeon must be very generous. As long as there's a chance to pass, the alien race wouldn't leave such a good dungeon in the human race's territory. Lu Chen frowned. A body with the same combat strength as mine. How can I win, kid? Don't think about it. Even you can't win. Cowherd looked at Lu Chen with a smile. The stronger you are, the stronger the mirror image. From this point of view, your chances of success in the mirror world are lower than mine. Lu Chen smiled. Anyway, it's such an interesting instance. I'd like to try it out. It just so happens that we're going to the Jingguan Temple to wait for the next human race tournament. Let's go to the mirror world to take a look. Chapter 5:18. According to the news from the front lines, many alien races had gathered at the borders of the human territory. In the past, the alien races would fight each other when they met, but this time, they were surprisingly peaceful. The two alien races at the front lines were the Titans and the Goblins. The Titans were known to have an indestructible golden body and were ranked in the top 10 among all races. When they fought, they could reach 50 to 60 meters tall, like giants. However, they usually appeared in a form similar to humans. The Goblins, on the other hand, had all kinds of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. The two leaders stood together and looked at the human villages in front of them. "Hey, I heard that the solipsistic goblins stole a treasure from the goblins. What kind of treasure is it?" The Titan leader was a woman. She had a well-built body and was over 2 meters tall with muscles all over her body. The lizard next to her had a slender head and looked much more feminine. "You don't need to know what treasure it is. That guy has already angered everyone. We must kill him." The Titan woman sneered. "That's true. That guy has the Heaven Punisher Tower. I heard that he killed a lot of people in the trial battlefield and is called the Grim Reaper. I want to see what right a lowly human has to be called the Grim Reaper. Let's wait a few more days. The Allied forces are surrounding the human territory now. We can get rid of these ants together." At the same time, in the National Military City, one of the 5 major cities in the human territory, over 100 leaders of 2-star and above forces were gathered. "We're surrounded on all sides. What do you think we should do? Did you catch the solipsistic goblins? If we hand him over, will we be able to resolve this crisis?" This question had been at the core of the debate between the two major factions. The pro-war faction believed that the outcome would be the same whether the solipsistic goblins were handed over or not. The pro-peace faction wanted to find the solipsistic goblins as soon as possible to atone for their crimes. Don't be naive. The other races have wanted to destroy us for a long time. This time, they just found a reasonable excuse. A woman in military uniform stood up. She was the National Military General, Country Protector Chiofeng. This woman looked like she was in her 20s, but her voice was very mature. She should be older than that. As a military general, she couldn't be a young girl. In fact, Country Protector Chiofeng was almost 40 years old, but she still had a hint of maturity. "That's right. I agree with General Chiofeng." The head of the North Snow family, North Snow Lingjun, said indifferently. There seemed to always be a faint icy mist around him, making people feel that this guy was quite cold. Isn't the reason why solipsistic is wanted by the entire server because of his treasures? Did he really do something unforgivable? I don't think so. Speaking of the demon race's treasures, everyone knows that the dragon necropolis has existed in the demon race for an unknown period of time. They have never been able to obtain the treasures themselves, so wouldn't they allow others to explore it? The reason why the demon clan said that the solipsistic demons stole their treasures was because of the division of territories. The dragon necropolis just happened to be in their territory. However, in the third heaven domain, the ownership of the territory is always changing. It's all because they don't have the ability to obtain the treasures. The head of the Wood Manor Hongyu, was an old man. He coughed lightly. "Chiofeng, Lingjun, you're right. We all understand this. However, the problem now is that the alliance army of the 10,000 races is already here. Even if they insist on twisting words and forcing logic, what can we do?" The head of the Jingguang Temple, Bunyan, said indifferently, "Benefactor Hongyu is right. Either we seize the territory in the 10,000 races competition. Since we humans haven't participated in the 10,000 races competition for many years, and since we've already lost the territory, we have no right to take other people's treasures." The head of the Afterlife Hall was wearing a ghost mask. His face couldn't be seen, but his hoarse voice could be heard. What's the point of talking about these useless things? The key now is to find the person first. We can decide whether to hand him over or fight him later. Otherwise, we won't have any bargaining chips. Both sides agreed on this point. The most important thing now was to find the solipsistic demons. After the 5 moguls reached an agreement for the time being, a 2-star clan head abruptly asked aloud, "Master Bunyan, will this month's internal competition still be held?" Master Bunyan looked at the person who asked the question. It was Maple Leaf Green Shirt. Maple Leaf Mansion. Didn't the solipsistic demon stay at your place back then? Maple Leaf Green Shirt stood up and said respectfully, "Master, the solipsistic demons did stay at my place, but there was no 3D image sent down at that time. That guy also hid his ID. People came and went in Maple Leaf City. By the time I found out, he had already left." A white-robed old man in the front row stood up and turned to look at Maple Leaf Green Shirt. This person was the head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Xiong. "You actually let that kid slip away from under your nose. Do you know that if we could catch him now, we wouldn't be in such a passive position?" Dongfang family head, I'm sorry. It's indeed my fault. Master Bunyan waved his hand and said, "Forget it. With the solipsistic demon's strength, a 2-star family might not be able to catch him. No matter how this matter progresses, the human race competition will continue as usual. Otherwise, the 10,000 races will see that we're panicking." Maple Leaf Green Shirt nodded and secretly sighed in relief. Jingguang Temple was the main city. The tallest building in the city was a temple in the center of the city. It was said that the world where Jingguang Temple was located believed in Buddhism. Of course, their Buddhism should be a little different from Earth's. It did not forbid killing or women. Otherwise, how could a world full of monks and nuns reproduce? At this time, 2 pedestrians wearing dark gold equipment and masks hurried on the street. "Hey, kid, isn't it a little dangerous for us to appear here at this time?" Cowherd whispered. "What do you know? There's a saying in my world that the most dangerous place is the safest place." "Then why don't you attend the clan leader conference? That's the most dangerous place." "Old man, why do you like to argue so much? How far is the mirror world?" "It's in Jingguang Temple." "Let's go." The 2 walked quickly into Jingguang Temple. Many people came to burn incense in Jingguang Temple. Now that the foreign races were gathering at the border, this kind of burning incense and worshipping Buddha was even more popular. Lu Chen looked at the huge Buddha statue enshrined in the Hall of Great Strength. He thought for a long time but could not remember which god it was. "Stop looking, the mirror world is behind us." Cowherd dragged Lu Chen away quickly. There were too many people here. They came out from the back door, passed through the pavilion corridor, and made many turns. Finally, a square platform appeared in front of them. There were hundreds of steps around the platform. In the middle of the platform stood a huge mirror. It was 100 meters high and dozens of meters wide. From time to time, people would walk into the mirror. When someone entered, the surface of the mirror would ripple like water and then return to normal. There are still many people challenging it. Well, although I haven't heard of anyone passing the first level of the mirror world, it's very effective to use it to train your strength. The people of Jingguang Temple are all very strong in combat. It's inseparable from the mirror world. Lu Chen nodded. "Okay, let's go in too." Lu Chen was also a little nervous. This was probably the first time in history that he knew the strength of his enemy, but could not predict the outcome of a battle. Would he still be able to win this battle with him this time? Chapter 519. The Mirror World was a personal dungeon, and Jingguang Temple required 2 military merit points. Cowherd and Lu Chen pooled together and paid for military merit points. "I haven't been so poor in a long time." Cowherd shook his head. Kid, I'll give you all the military merit points. You can challenge it twice. No need. I can grind for military merit points in the future. It's rare to come here. Old man, you should go and take a look. After all, it's a famous magical place in the third layer of heaven. Cowherd was a little tempted. He thought for a moment and said, that's true. I'll go in and take a look. The two stepped into the mirror world at the same time. A ripple appeared on the surface of the mirror, and Lu Chen disappeared into it. There was only an empty palace in the dungeon. There were no decorations except for the pillars supporting the building. However, the marble floor was glossy, and it looked magnificent. Walking to the center of the hall, Lu Chen vaguely saw a blurry figure in front of him. It became clearer and clearer until it looked exactly like Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned as he looked at the person in front of him. Was this him? The mirror image was completely different from the clone. The clone was expressionless and looked cold, but in fact, it was a little dull. However, the mirror image in front of him had light in its eyes, as if it was a living version of himself. He was 176 centimeters tall and had not shaved for a long time, so his hair was a little long. He was not handsome, but he was decent enough. However, there was a big difference between his eyebrows and his previous self. The current him gave people a sense of calmness with every movement. It was very different from the young and inexperienced person he used to be. If someone saw this person in a hurry, he would probably attract a lot of attention. At this moment, the mirror image spoke first. You're very strong. Lu Chen was stunned. It seemed that the consciousness had said this after completely replicating his state. However, the stronger you are, the stronger I am. The stronger you are, the more dangerous your battles will be. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. I heard that you can reach the limit of human consciousness. That's right. I can always maintain a state of focus like you humans. In other words, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Nothing is impossible. I've seen too many people who I thought were impossible to defeat. But as long as they exist, they can't be perfect. You also have a weakness. Lu Chen, who was opposite him, also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He looked very confident, but also a little like a ruffian. Is that how I usually look? Indeed, he had the urge to beat him up. No wonder he was always mocked by others. Seeing this contemptuous expression, he couldn't help but want to beat him up. Solipsistic, the only way to defeat me is to surpass yourself. The next battle gives me a feeling that I haven't felt in a long time. I feel a little excited. After saying that, the mirror image raised its hand and Lu Chen received a public announcement. The Mirror World Instance Dungeon will not be opened today. Players who enter the Instance Dungeon will be forced out of the Instance Dungeon in 3 seconds. Looking at Lu Chen's strange gaze, the mirror image maintained its smile. I need to focus on dealing with you. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He thought of Cowherd. That guy probably still didn't know what was going on and was about to be forced out. It was a little tragic. Outside the mirror world, many players were forced out of the Instance Dungeon. At this time, they were looking for the person in charge of the Jingguang Temple to ask for an explanation. I haven't even started fighting. Why are you forcing me out? Is this a scam? Give me back my military points. Yeah, why didn't you say earlier that the Instance Dungeon was under maintenance? The few young people in charge were dumbfounded. Cowherd looked around the crowd and was puzzled. Where's that kid? Why is he the only one who hasn't come out? In the mirror world, the mirror image slowly raised its hand. As its arm rose, a black and white weapon slowly rose from the void. It's really difficult to replicate this weapon. Even I can only replicate its current state. I can't perfectly replicate all its abilities. He was talking about the godly demon limitless sword. Solipsistic, don't take out your heaven-swallowing beast. Otherwise, I'll have to replicate another one. That guy is a little too troublesome. Also, you can imagine two heaven-swallowing beasts biting each other and recovering unlimited HP at the same time. It doesn't seem very meaningful. Lu Chen smiled. Furball was giving this guy a headache. Okay, then I won't use my battle pet. Oh, right. The mirror image remembered something and said, reviving is prohibited here. I don't want to waste too much time on repetitive things. Lu Chen snorted. He was also worried about his 3 lives. Banning reviving was the best option. Then I'll use all my strength in 1 life. Lu Chen took out the godly demon limitless sword. The battle between the two was about to start. In front of the mirror world, the Jingguang temple returned Cowherd's 2 military points. However, he didn't leave yet. He found a place to sit. Lu Chen didn't come out. He might have encountered something. At that moment, a large group of people from the Jingguang temple appeared below the platform. Cowherd hurried to hide. Elder, I don't know why, but the mirror world closed automatically today. All the people who went in before were forced out. Can we still go in now? A silver-haired man asked. His ID was Wuxia, from the Jingguang temple. Yes. We wanted to try just now and found that there was no reaction at all when we touched the entrance. By the way, we've calculated the data. There's still one person who hasn't come out. Huh. Well, that old man was still sitting there. He's that old man's friend. Wuxia hesitated for a moment and said, find that old man first. Also, lock down the mirror world and guard it heavily. If anyone dares to cause trouble, punish them severely. Yes. Cowherd was used to being wanted. Although he was old, he wasn't slow. That was how he managed to avoid the people from the Jingguang temple. He didn't run far. He hid in a tree. Hearing their conversation, he became even more worried. This is troublesome. Kid, what are you doing in there? In the main hall of the mirror world, 2 figures chased each other with displacement skills. They advanced and retreated. It was impossible to tell which was the mirror image and which was Lu Chen. At this time, both sides had activated Ares Possession, Devil Transformation, Lightless Sky Flame Pillar, Black Coffin Dead Zone, Blood Sacrifice Shield, Death Land, and Dragon Blood Boil. Both of them had low HP, but there was no difference between low HP and full HP. Lu Chen knew his own attack power too well. Even if he had the Blood Sacrifice Shield, he wouldn't be able to take a normal attack with his little health. There were still a lot of Lightless Sky Flame Pillars around. Being stunned by one of them meant losing a life. The Sky Flame Pillar was already difficult to distinguish. Now that both of them had activated the Sky Flame Pillar at the same time, it was even more difficult to distinguish. Lu Chen had to use Eye of the Dark Gods to make a judgment. The 2 of them directly used displacement skills. I'm too strong. My head hurts. The mirror image was more inclined to attack, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry. Every time Lu Chen showed an opening, he would give up attacking as long as there was danger. Damn it, this guy is so cautious. Lu Chen's several attempts to lure the enemy in had failed. He was getting more and more anxious. The longer the battle dragged on, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to maintain such a high level of concentration. The opponent's advantage would become more and more obvious. In the end, he would only lose. Huh, kid, you want to lure the enemy in? I know all of your cultivation techniques, so I also know what skills you can use. Looks like the solipsistic is only a so-so. You have no hope of getting the middle book of the Celestial and Demon Jiutian. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The mirror image meant that the middle book of the Celestial and Demon 9 transformations was right here. Chapter 520. While moving at high speed, constantly switching between offense and defense, a single wrong step could happen. 10 minutes later, both of them were still moving at high speed. Kid, your willpower is quite tenacious. You're still not willing to admit defeat. But your reaction speed is getting slower and slower. You have no chance to continue. Lu Chen made a mistake in positioning, and the distance between the two was suddenly shortened. Here's my chance. Infinite triple gate. Mountain splitting strike. The mirror image finally attacked. Mountain splitting strike countered displacement, and only the triple gate could deal with it. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Infinite triple gate. A shadow smashed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Midway, it was suddenly teleported to another direction by the triple gate, and so on. The special effect of mountain splitting strike was like a fast-forwarded video, madly changing directions, and finally smashing towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out. What kind of skill was this? His skill was too strong, and he couldn't even dodge it. With a loud bang, Lu Chen was stunned. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. This was Lu Chen's most commonly used skill, but now he could only watch in horror as his opponent rushed towards him. At full strength, Lu Chen could deal hundreds of millions of HP per second. A mere 10 million HP couldn't withstand the attack of Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. The blood sacrifice shield shattered, and Lu Chen's HP collapsed like an avalanche. When Lu Chen's HP was left with 2.4 million, he forcefully activated the Divine Demon Convergence Barrier. Finally, the Divine Demon Convergence Barrier was activated. In an instant, the surrounding space suddenly became strange. It was as if the speed of the falling dust had slowed down by half. Your Celestial Demon's Convergence Barrier came out first. The Celestial Demon's Convergence Barrier is the deciding factor in our victory or defeat. Now that you have used it and I have not used mine, the one who will lose in the end will still be you. The mirror image was not afraid at all. This was Lu Chen's last chance. He had to make good use of these 15 seconds. In the barrier, the flow of time between the two sides was reversed, and Lu Chen had a sufficient advantage. Triple gate, mountain splitting strike. In the eyes of the mirror image, the change in the path of the mountain splitting strike had already exceeded the limit of human reaction speed. After several transformations in space, the Hua Shan strike smashed into the mirror image. After the stun effect, Lu Chen quickly created clones. A large number of clones rushed toward the mirror image and started attacking crazily. -100,000, -10,000, poisoned, -10,000, poisoned, -370,000, double advanced, -10,000, -10,000. When the damage value jumped out, the mirror image's eyes were filled with doubt. It was impossible for Lu Chen's attack to only deal over 100,000 damage. Even the poison damage was only 10,000. He lowered the force ratio. Why is this happening? Shouldn't he be taking advantage of the fact that the Divine Devil Origin returning formation is still in place to cast out my Divine Devil Origin returning formation? However, Lu Chen was still adjusting the ratio of his strength. Although Lu Chen and his doppelganger's attack power was as low as it could get, the passive effects were still being refreshed. Silence, stun, mana burn, slow, a group of doppelgangers attacked together. At this moment, the mirror image suddenly saw that Solipsistic's real body had turned invisible. What is that guy doing? Is he afraid that I'll activate the Divine Devil Origin returning formation, so he's hiding? Unfortunately, it was obvious that his reaction speed could not keep up. Even invisibility could not save him. The mirror image's HP was 11 million. For the doppelganger that dealt 100,000 damage, it could not last long. The mirror image's HP dropped rapidly. Not long after, it had already dropped to 10%. From the beginning to the end, the mirror image did not move. Infinite stun was no joke. If there were no accidents, Lu Chen's doppelganger would be able to stun the mirror image to death. Speaking of which, when the mirror image had only a few thousand HP left, that guy's divine devil origin returning formation still had not been activated. D*MN, this guy's attack has already dropped to less than 100. The mirror image's eyes were wide open in anger. His own divine devil origin returning formation was still in his hands, and this made him furious. Suddenly, he came to a realization. The reason why Solipsistic had lowered the force ratio was to prevent his divine devil origin returning formation from activating too early. The reason why Lu Chen was able to use divine devil origin returning formation when he still had 2.4 million HP left was because the CIA would only activate the divine devil origin returning formation when it received a fatal blow. The mirror image's attack was normal. After quickly destroying Lu Chen's blood sacrifice shield and 8 million HP, divine devil origin returning formation offset that fatal blow. Lu Chen's attack was surprisingly low, which also caused him to be unable to insta-kill the mirror image. If he could not insta-kill the mirror image, then the divine devil origin returning formation would not activate. Not long after, the mirror image's HP had dropped to 1000 HP, but it still did not activate the divine devil origin returning formation. The 15 seconds of invincibility had ended, and Lu Chen was still lowering the damage. Finally, the mirror image's HP dropped to the hundreds, and the mirror image's divine devil origin returning formation was activated. Spider web entanglement. Not far away, a ball of spider web shot over. The mirror image almost vomited blood. This guy, using spider web entanglement in a battle of this level? This skill could be said to be the first skill to appear in Jiutian. A ball of white spider web entangled the mirror image, like a cocoon stuck to the ground. Spider web entanglement did not cause any damage, but after being entangled, unless attacked, the mirror image would not be able to move or attack. Unfortunately, the skill level was too low, and it could no longer restrain others. Damn it, are you kidding me? You want to use this kind of trash skill on me? The mirror image roared and slashed the spider web entanglement. Just as the mirror image broke the spider web entanglement, it suddenly found itself in a chessboard. At that moment, the mirror image was stunned. Heavenly Might chess formation. When the two of them were fighting fiercely, neither of them could set up the Heavenly Might chess formation, but Solipsistic had lowered his own attack to delay the activation time of the mirror image's divine devil origin returning formation, creating an opportunity for himself to set up the Heavenly Might chess formation. After he became invisible, he set up the Heavenly Might chess formation. Then, he used spider web entanglement to lure the mirror image into the Heavenly Might chess formation. A voice came from around him. I have the same skill as you, and your reaction speed is above mine, so it's impossible to beat you using normal methods. I've always been vexed over how to defeat someone I can't defeat. Thankfully, a friend once told me that a person's most precious right is the right to choose. You and I chose different strategies, and from the looks of it, you have already lost. The Heavenly Might chess formation did not care if the mirror image was immune to damage. The 300 chess souls used the Heavenly Might killing formation, Heavenly Might arrow killing formation, Heavenly Might rock killing formation, and Heavenly Might heavenly killing formation to take turns attacking. Even if the mirror image killed the chess souls again and again, they would transform back into chess souls not long after they returned to being chess pieces. Setting up the Heavenly Might chess formation required time, and similarly, cracking it required time. And 15 seconds was clearly not enough to crack the formation. When the Divine Devil Origin returning formation ended, a gigantic staff shadow smashed down from above the chessboard. Alright, you only have Buddha saves all lives and Little Min's master protection, these two life-saving skills. Unfortunately, these two skills are one-time use. Empty Hua Split. Infinite Obelisk Sweep. To the mirror image, not only did it have to deal with the Heavenly Might chess formation, but it also had to deal with the Solipsistic who was hiding in the shadows. No matter how fast his reaction speed was, he was trapped in the formation and bombarded repeatedly. It was impossible for him to be completely safe. This time, the attack dealt more than 100,000 damage. Not long after, the mirror images Buddha saves all lives and Xiao Min's master protection were forced out. Finally, they were killed by a 3,000 body blink slash that appeared out of nowhere. Congratulations, you have successfully challenged your own mirror image. Please enter the second level of the mirror world. Chapter 521. When Lu Chen was about to enter the next floor, the mirror image that had fallen to the ground suddenly spoke. Hey, solipsistic, I want to know who your friend is. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. A good teacher and helpful friend, but he has already fallen. He has an immortal body. Yes. Thinking of Mu Xian, Lu Chen always felt a trace of guilt. He couldn't save Mu Xian, but Mu Xian used his life to help him. I see. Solipsistic, if you leave the mirror world now, it'll be considered a success. I can give you my treasure. If you continue, you won't get anything if you lose. First scroll of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. No. Then it's meaningless. Lu Chen shook his head. He was no longer interested in ordinary items. What he wanted now was not quantity, but quality. If you go up like this, do you know what's on the next floor? Aren't you afraid you can't beat it? I'm used to going straight. Ha ha ha, you're really an interesting person. Lu Chen smiled and went directly to the second floor. In the hall on the second floor, there was a mirror. Lu Chen frowned and walked up. In the mirror, Lu Chen was in human form. After the battle just now, Lu Chen was in demon form. This mirror reflected another Lu Chen. There was no strategy guide for the second floor. Lu Chen was also confused. What do you mean? Am I also fighting against myself? There were no monsters around, so Lu Chen was even more confused. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most handsome person in the world? Yes, it's still me. You're an honest mirror. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Otherwise, who would have thought that Solipsistic, who was wanted by the entire server, would be so bored? Lu Chen went around the mirror and looked behind it, but he couldn't find any clues. Hey, how are we supposed to pass this level? Someone should at least come out and fight. At this moment, the mirror spoke, you have already proven your strength on the first level. Now, answer my question and you will pass this level. Lu Chen's eyes widened. What's the problem? Gods have the world in their hearts. They bless all living things and urge people to do good. Demons only care about profit. They kill all living things and lead people into becoming demons. Then, between gods and demons, would you choose gods or demons? Lu Chen frowned deeply. He looked at himself in the mirror as if this question was asked by himself in the mirror. Along the way, you have fought for others, and you have also fought for yourself. Your physical body and personality are half divinity and half demonic. Then, the only thing that can decide is your heart. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. You're that celestial venerable Ling Tian? Or does it represent the will of Jiutian? I'm all living things, but I'm not all living things. I don't represent anyone. I just want to know. Lu Chen shook his head. It's really strange. Why do you always like to force me to choose? What does it have to do with Jiutian whether I'm a god or a demon? There are countless powerhouses in Jiutian. It doesn't matter if I'm a god or a demon. Because you've never made a choice. This also means that you're not in Jiutian. Lu Chen in the mirror said, do you know that all powerhouses at the peak, regardless of whether they're gods or demons, are actually a kind of pure consciousness? Whether they're gods or demons, they're all reasonable. Just like the two extremes of yin and yang, they balance each other to maintain stability. But you're like a part that's drifting away from the rules. In fact, you've been breaking the rules, haven't you? Lu Chen smiled slightly. Who set the rules? I'm tired of rules and regulations in my life. I don't want to be restricted by them here. From the first heaven to here, I've experienced a lot. Good and evil can't be completely defined. Little Green poisoned the people of Divine Herbalist Valley to avenge them. Spiritual Martial Apothecary craves power, but he also has kindness in his heart. His purpose, perhaps, is to change the lowly status of humans. In the Heaven Punisher Tower, the guardians on every level want to kill me. But when my friends become guardians in the Heaven Punisher Tower, I stand in their perspective. Killing me is their duty. In the eyes of humans, the Demon Clan is an unpardonable enemy. But when I arrived at the Demon Clan's territory, the people there were very friendly to their own people. They were also very united. So, what's good and evil? Gods and demons? If gods block me, I can kill gods. If demons block me, I can also kill demons. If humans block me, I'll kill them. If the Demon Clan treats me as a friend, I'll treat them as my friends. I only want to do things with a clear conscience. To your question, my answer is: I choose to be myself. Even if you don't let me pass this level, my answer will still be the same. In the mirror, Lu Chen kept looking at Lu Chen, as if he could see through Lu Chen's thoughts. After a long time, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. Congratulations, you've passed this level. You can choose to leave the mirror world now. That way, you can get the first and second levels rewards. If you choose to continue the challenge, you'll lose all the rewards if you fail. Is your reward the second volume of the 9 transformations of demons and gods? No. Then I choose to continue the challenge. You have the right to choose. After Lu Chen in the mirror finished speaking, he gradually faded away. Then, the demonic form of Lu Chen appeared in the mirror, just like a normal mirror. Lu Chen shook his head. Damn, I look so handsome. It's this pair of ears and tail. I wonder when Little Green will refine me again. The entrance to the third level had been opened. Lu Chen took a deep breath and walked up. On the third level, there was a huge window in the hall, and some images were playing at this time. Lu Chen frowned and walked over. In the image was a silly knoll. Because it was too ugly among the knolls, it was targeted by a few girls. In the end, the knoll gathered a large group of companions and wiped out the 5 human girls. Then, the knoll fled. On the way, it kept evolving and leveling up. It farmed in the wild, leveled up, 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 fighting for Wuxia, massacring cities, killing players, killing Grey Wolf for the Earth players in the second heaven, leveling up the Earth players, and killing millions of Earth players before leaving. That guy was definitely a madman who could not differentiate between good and evil. In the end, the familiar figure entered the Mirror World dungeon with his old friend, Cowherd. After a fierce battle, they passed the first level and then the second level. Then, they stood in front of a big screen and looked at their evolution path. This is... Lu Chen looked at the screen in shock. He seemed to have experienced the Jiutian again. A line of words appeared on the screen. Solipsistic, you have gathered the 3 major variables of the Jiutian, the sky-devouring rat, the ultimate sword, and yourself. In that case, I'll give you another variable. Then, a scroll appeared on the screen. On the scroll was written, First Scroll of the 9 Transformations of Gods and Demons. In front of Lu Chen, another mirror appeared. The rewards for the first 2 levels of the mirror world are a portion of God's blood and a demon seed. The mirror world is both real and illusory. 3 years in the mirror, 10 days outside. You can cultivate here before leaving. Remember, don't forget your original intention, and you will achieve success. Chapter 522. It can't be. That's it? Can I farm a few more times? Lu Chen hurriedly asked. I have other ways to beat the guy on the first floor. I can farm a few hundred gods' blood demon seeds, and I don't need the 9 transformations of gods and demons. Faced with such an unreasonable request, the consciousness ignored him. Lu Chen knew that his request was a little too much, so it was only right that he was ignored. Hey, do you know where the second volume of the 9 transformations of gods and demons is? This time, the consciousness finally responded. From the 4th heaven to the 9th heaven, any level is possible. The true power of the 9 transformations of gods and demons can only be unleashed by gathering all 9 transformations. Damn, it's as if you didn't say anything. In any case, he had finally found the second volume of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. The mirror world also provided a place to train. Of course, Lu Chen would not waste this opportunity. Of course, although 3 years in the internal world was equivalent to 10 days in the external world, for Lu Chen, it was still 3 years. It was definitely a painful thing. Forget it, forget it. It'll be over soon. Lu Chen reluctantly entered the mirror world. The mirror world of the mirror world dungeon. It was a bit of a mouthful. It was like a lake, but one would not sink if one walked on it. 2 glowing items floated in the air. They were the gods' blood demon seeds. Other than that, there was nothing else. Lu Chen put away the gods' blood demon seeds and sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake. He began his 3-year-long closed-door training. For 3 years, Lu Chen was absolutely safe here. However, he did not dare to go offline. If he went offline, he might be in the mirror world for a few months. This time, Lu Chen finally felt what it meant to pass a day like a year. The only thing that could record his training progress was the progress of the 4th to 6th levels of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. It was slowly increasing. Strangely enough, in the mirror world, Lu Chen did not feel hungry. When he felt tired, he would just lie down and sleep in the mirror world to recover. There was no passing of spring and autumn, no blossoming of flowers. It was just that in Lu Chen's consciousness, the long 3 years had already come to an end. I've finally maxed out the proficiency. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. That was so boring. It hasn't been 3 years yet. I should refine the godly blood demon seed as well. After devouring the godly blood demon seed, Lu Chen's innate power increased once again. His immortal might rose from elementary immortal physique immortal might to intermediate immortal physique immortal might. His demonic aura increased from elementary demonic weapon demonic aura to intermediate demonic weapon demonic aura. Worship of heaven's might and defying demonic might could increase the maximum attribute by 800,000. At the same time, the duration of the weakened state was halved. The reason why Lu Chen rarely used these 2 innate skills was because of the duration of the weakened state. For example, in the Heaven Punisher Tower, if he used these 2 innate skills on any floor, there was a 100% chance that he would not be able to pass the next floor. Even on the 9th floor, if he was in the weakened state at that time, he might have already been killed and robbed of his treasures. He did not dare to use them outside. If he casually used them, the weakened state would last for a few days. He would not be able to go around causing trouble. He would definitely be killed by others. When the weakened state is completely gone, then these 2 innate skills will be awesome. Lu Chen thought to himself. Forget it, I can't be too greedy. I'll level up slowly. Maybe I won't have the weakened state later on. Right now, the biggest use of the innate skill is to not be suppressed by others. At the same time, it can increase the level limit. Lu Chen stood up, feeling that his legs were a little numb. I can finally go out. Lu Chen stretched his body and walked out of the mirror world. Just as he walked out of the mirror world, Lu Chen found that he had a lot of messages. It was the message from Cowherd. "Stinky brat, why haven't you come out yet? Can't you receive the messages? Stinky brat, it's been 7 days. What are you doing in there? Give me a reply. The people of Jingguang Temple are waiting for you outside the dungeon. They have set up the 5 elements ox imprisoning formation. That formation is very good at trapping people. Once you come out, you won't be able to escape." Lu Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that the anomaly in the dungeon had attracted the attention of the Jingguang Temple. He did not expect them to know that he was still in the dungeon. He looked at the mirror in front of him. "Hey, are you still there? I've always been here. Do you have another exit here? There are people blocking me at the entrance. I don't want to be found yet." "Yes, I can teleport you to another exit in the territory of the nature elves." "Ah. You're so far away from the other exit. How long will it take to get back? With your walking speed, you should be able to get back in about 4 months." Lu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. 4 months was definitely not enough. The human race's martial arts tournament would begin in about 10 days. What if I ride a 9-winged? 20 days. Then, what if I use displacement? 10 days. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment. "Alright, please teleport me to the exit of the nature elves." Outside the dungeon, there were already hundreds of people surrounding it. The people of the Jingguang Temple had been waiting here for several days. The people surrounding the dungeon had changed over and over again. "Are you sure there's still someone inside? It's already been 10 days. Someone should be coming out soon. We've checked the name list repeatedly. There's indeed someone who hasn't come out. Did you catch that old man? We've searched the entire city several times, but we still haven't found him." Cowherd finally understood that the most dangerous place was the safest place. He was on a tree under the high platform, but at this time, he had almost merged with the tree trunk. Looking at the branches and leaves wrapped around his body, Cowherd's face was filled with despair. "That kid, it's been 10 days and he still hasn't come out. Did he pass or not? It can't be that long." Just as everyone was getting a little numb, ripples appeared on the surface of the huge mirror. Everyone was on full alert. The dungeon is reacting. Everyone, pay attention. He might be coming out. Has the formation been set up? It's set up. As long as he comes in, he won't be able to escape from the ox prison formation. However, the entrance of the mirror dungeon only swayed for a moment like a lake before it returned to normal. The mirror world dungeon has been reopened. Huh? What's going on? The dungeon has returned to normal, but why isn't anyone coming out? Cowherd was also confused. Did that kid come out? At this time, he received a message. "Old man, I'm with the nature elves. I'm now rushing to the Jingguang Temple. Oh, wait, I seem to have encountered something here. Let's talk about it later." The nature elves were naturally very compatible with animals and plants. They were good at elemental attacks. They were considered to be a relatively special, wood, elemental attack. The territory of the nature elves had always been known as the most difficult territory to sneak into. Here, to any intruder, it was definitely an enemy in every bush and tree. As a rare intruder, Lu Chen now felt such treatment. To make matters worse, he was teleported to a city. As soon as Lu Chen appeared, the elves coming and going around looked at this uninvited guest in shock. Others didn't even dare to enter the borders of the nature elves, but this person was simply too daring. He actually ran into the city of the nature elves. Damn, this mirror world is really tricky. Why didn't it say that the teleportation point is in the city? Enemy infiltration. The whole city was alerted. Earth bind. Song of the forest. Tree of life. Facing countless plants and vines that grew wildly, Lu Qin gasped. Sorry, I was wrong. 7 stars chasing the moon. Chapter 523. The nature elves were definitely not to be trifled with. Lu Qin immediately activated the 3 demon transformations to escape. However, after discovering that there was an intruder, the nature elves were all alarmed. The entire clan was on guard and set up difficult to detect nature arrays everywhere. If one was not careful, they would fall into the trap. This gave Lu Qin a headache. I have to rush back in 10 days, but now. Lu Qin, who was recovering his spiritual energy, stopped when the trees behind him suddenly changed shape. Lu Qin did not have time to recover his spiritual energy and continued to escape with the 3 heavy doors. Damn it, it might be too late. More and more people flocked to Golden Light City. Now that the human race was facing a great enemy, the martial arts competition became even more eye-catching. Solipsistic had not been caught yet. How would the human race face the massacre in 2 months? It was very likely that the martial arts competition would provide an answer. With the reopening of the mirror world, after waiting for 20 days, the people of Jingguang Temple slacked off. On the other hand, outsiders rarely came to Golden Light City and wanted to try the mirror world. Considering that this was a large amount of military merit and that the guy in the instance dungeon was probably not there anymore, Jingguang Temple finally removed the 5 elements ox imprisoning formation and the mirror world reopened. Cowherd finally regained his freedom. He hurriedly took off his mask and blended into the crowd. Why did that kid run to the nature elves' territory? If he doesn't come back soon, the martial arts competition will start. No, I have to go and tell Qing Shan about the situation. After Qing Shan learned about Solipsistic's situation, he was suddenly anxious and restless. Elder Cowherd, how can Brother Quang not be here at this time? I've already contacted the leaders of the 16 forces and agreed to jointly recommend him. Do you know how much determination it takes to recommend a wanted criminal in the entire server? I bribed a lot of people. This is secondary. The key is that if he doesn't come this time, they will think that he is a person who goes back on his words and will not recommend him in the future. Cowherd frowned. He could imagine Qing Shan's difficulties and said, Master Qing Shan, don't worry for the time being. This is also an accident. That kid is on his way back. Qing Shan tried his best to calm himself down and nodded. All right, I believe that Brother Quang won't disappoint us. Then, I won't inform the others for the time being. Until the last moment, we'll act according to the plan. 3 days later, the human clan's martial arts competition officially began. The rules of the human race's martial arts competition were very simple. There were 2 ways to register. One was to register by oneself after reaching the rank of titled martial. The other was to be recommended by one's family. Each of the 5 great powers had 1 recommendation slot. The other 1-star powers had an average of 3 recommendations for 1 person, while 2-star powers needed 10 recommendations for 1 person. In total, there were about 12 or 13 people recommended. In reality, it was very difficult for titled marshals to pass through the Tong Tian Tower. However, each level of the Tong Tian Tower required many challenges before one could pass. The strength of the human race at the 3rd heavenly layer was very low. Every attempt required a large number of troops to escort them. Their manpower and resources were severely depleted. The purpose of the human race's martial arts tournament was to give the opportunity to those with strength to attempt Skysplit Tower. Golden Light City could no longer bear the burden and began to implement a restricted entry policy. Every force would limit the number of people entering the city according to their level. In Qing Shan's room, more than 10 leaders of the great powers were asking about the solipsistic. Brother Qing Shan, the competition is starting today, but the solipsistic hasn't appeared yet. How can we recommend him? That's right. Back then, you said how righteous he was. In the end, he still hasn't appeared. I seriously doubt his character. Brother Qin Shan, the person we recommended is the solipsistic. Just the nomination alone is enough for us to be pursued by the great powers. We bet all our assets on him, but in the end, Qin Shan comforted them. Everyone, please calm down. I received news that Brother Quang is rushing here with all his might. He will definitely arrive today. The reason why I looked for everyone back then was because we haven't given up hope. We don't want to stay in this tiny place and don't dare to cross the border. Moreover, the human race is now besieged and the myriad races are still gathering in the human race's territory. You all know that they have long wanted to annihilate the human race. This time, they just found an excuse. We actually have no way out. If Brother Quang is willing to step forward bravely at this time, may I ask everyone, can we find a second person to take on this heavy responsibility? Since ancient times, achieving great things has been a matter of life and death. Haven't you all been mentally prepared? However, while Qin Shan persuaded some people, he couldn't persuade everyone. I'm sorry, Brother Qin Shan, for asking me to bet the safety of the Shu family on this person. It's not that I want to destroy the tower at the last minute, it's just that. Forgive me for being blunt, but he can't afford it. The Shu family withdraws. He still hasn't appeared. Qin Shan, I'm withdrawing too. Didn't he think about how much risk we're taking by recommending him? Forget it. You're familiar with him, but I don't have any interactions with him. I can't trust him so much. Qin Shan, the Li family withdraws. Emotions were contagious. Those who were wavering withdrew from the matter one after another. Seeing the forces withdraw one by one, Qin Shan's heart ached. He counted the remaining people and found that there were only 8 forces left. Qin Shan, there are only 8 forces left. Our recommendation is useless. The strange fire tribe leader shook his head helplessly. Qin Shan frowned. No, it might not be useless. I only know you guys, but I believe there are others who have the same thoughts as us. Even if there aren't, at least let others know that not everyone is willing to be humiliated by the other races. The strange fire tribe leader nodded. If this matter doesn't succeed, the human race won't be able to escape the fate of destruction. What's the difference? At 10 in the morning, the martial arts competition had already begun. The competition used an elimination system. The rules were that the participants could go up the stage themselves. After winning, they could decide whether to rest or not. There weren't many participants, only 17 or 18. Most of them were recommended by forces. These famous figures knew each other well, so there was no situation where they would be the last to go up the stage. If they didn't go up the stage, they might be easily defeated in front of 10,000 people if they encountered a super strong expert. To these people, it would be even more embarrassing. The first match was between the young man Ming Chen, recommended by the host, Jingguang Temple, and Ziyu, from the Hall of Reincarnation. Both of them were currently marshals and were close combat grandmasters of combat. Their strength was on par with each other. Once they started fighting, they didn't dare to hold back. The battle was extremely intense. In the end, the host, Ming Chen, won the first match. On the rostrum, the Hall of Reincarnation Lord wore a ghost mask, so his expression couldn't be seen. Only a forced laugh could be heard under the mask. The Jingguang Temple is indeed full of hidden talents. Ming Chen's skills are skilled, and his attack and defense are excellent. With that immortal Kasaya, he's like a tiger that has grown wings. Master Bunyan smiled. Your Highness, you flatter me. Ming Chen and Ziyu are only on par. Ziyu's attacks are sharp, her movements are agile, and the lethality of her immortal sabers is not to be underestimated. The Kingdom Protector Qiufeng smiled but didn't say anything. The two seemed to be complementing each other, but they were actually emphasizing each other's immortal sabers. It was as if the victory was all due to the immortal sabers. She had heard this kind of conversation so many times that calluses grew on her ears. 100 miles away from Golden Light City, a red figure was running wildly. Fuck, I've run so far. I can go around the earth once. The competition has already begun. Charge. Infinite triple gate. Chapter 524. After a few rounds, there were fewer and fewer people participating. And those who made a move at this time were usually the true powerhouses. However, the people in the crowd were whispering. Their eyes flashed as they looked at a young man from the North Shui family. That white-clothed man's clothes were whiter than snow. He had long hair and a jade-like face. That guy still hasn't made a move. It's the same whether he makes a move or not. This time, the champion might be North Shui Gufei. I heard that he can even kill the solipsistic. The North Shui family is the leader of the 5 major powers. North Shui Gufei is also a rare genius of the North Shui family. His strength is definitely heaven-defying. In front of Gufei, the others are just side characters. Who told them to meet that monster? He hasn't even started fighting yet, and he's already called the strongest in the previous years. His strength is unfathomable, and he's even reached the heavenly fate realm. Facing the gazes of the people around him, there were many female players who secretly gave him flirtatious looks. However, Gufei didn't even look at them, as if he was already used to it. Speaking of which, there were still 3 or 4 people left, but he hadn't made a move yet. Surprisingly, no one said that he was taking advantage of the situation. A beautiful girl beside Gufei tugged at him, "Brother Fei, aren't you going to play?" This small action had already attracted the jealousy of many female players. However, they didn't dare to do anything to the North Shui family, even if it was an unknown girl. Gufei frowned, "Sister Ling, I told you not to call me Brother Fei, it's not elegant." "Brother Gufei. Call me Brother Gufei." Gufei didn't know what to do with this sister of his. There's no need to go up now. It's boring. It's just a waste of time. When there's only one left, we'll get first place and go home. Why are you always so boring? Then what's interesting? Speaking of this topic, Gufei narrowed his eyes, perhaps killing that person is the only interesting thing. Solipsistic. Gufei nodded. Speaking of which, the name solipsistic had long surpassed his own. He, North Shui Gufei, was known as the strongest genius in the previous years. He was also handsome and unparalleled. No one had ever said that the solipsistic was strong, and no one had ever said that he was handsome. However, the things that he did made it impossible for people not to remember him. The Heavenly Punishment Pagoda was the most valuable treasure of the demon race. In addition, there were rumors that he had completely suppressed the 5 titled marshals of the Dongfang clan, defeated the Heavenly Fate expert Dongfang Ji, and even used Dongfang Ji's corpse to threaten the Dongfang clan. His golden ID had already been imprinted on the wanted list of all the major forces of the myriad races. Perhaps only defeating this person would give Gufei a sense of accomplishment. Soon, there was only one person left on the stage. It was the Mu Mansion's newcomer, Mu Mansion's Changsheng. This result was somewhat unexpected. As the host, Jingguang Temple had already sent out their strongest newcomer despite Bunyan's humble words. They had even pinned their hopes on a battle with Bei Shui Gufei. However, it was this unknown little brat from the Mu clan who had fought his way through to the finals. Changsheng stood in the arena, looking around. Finally, his gaze fell upon Beishue Gufei from the Beishue clan. "Still not coming up. It seems like you've already understood that whether you come up or not, I'll still take the first place back to my wood manor." Changsheng looked down from above, his tone filled with provocation. The corner of Beishue Gufei's mouth rose slightly. "In front of me, Gufei, you don't have the right to be arrogant." With a teleport, Gufei was already on the stage. For a moment, everyone's gaze was focused on these two people. One was this year's biggest dark horse, an agile assassin who had personally defeated a marshal and 3 titled marshals. The other had yet to make a move, but was known as the strongest genius of the century. Both of them had professions that were filled with killing power. A single mistake could determine life and death. The battle soon began. The assassin quickly entered the purple fog, while Gufei had his hands behind his back. 7 long swords floated around him, slowly revolving around his body. Those were the famous immortal martial sword set, the 7-star butterfly sword. All 7 swords were immortal martial swords. Just this point alone was enough to make people feel a chill in their hearts. In such an intense battle, no one dared to blink. However, there were still a few people who anxiously looked left and right. Qin Shan remembered that he was like an ant on a hot pan. The battle between these two fellows might end in the blink of an eye. However, that guy still hadn't arrived. Cowherd was waiting for him at the city gate. However, there was still no news. It would be strange if he wasn't anxious. On the other side, Cowherd was pacing back and forth in front of Golden Light City. He didn't know how many times he had paced back and forth. Occasionally, he would anxiously look at the edge of the forest. It's the last battle. Brat, it's already over when you're still not here. You don't even know how to send a message. I'm so anxious. 2 minutes later, Qin Shan sent a message saying that Changsheng was heavily injured and was delaying the battle. Damn, with Gufei's strength, he can end the battle anytime. Changsheng, hang in there. Cowherd had surprisingly become a supporter of Mu Manor's Changsheng. 7 minutes later, Qin Shan sent a message saying that the battle had ended. North Snow Gufei defeated Mu Manor's Changsheng unharmed. Cowherd looked up at the forest in front of him. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. It's over. I didn't make it in time. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Old man, what are you doing here? Cowherd hurriedly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Chen's face filled with questions. Brat, you're finally here. You little brat, you're really making me anxious. Quick, quick, the battle inside is over, quick. Lu Chen immediately reacted and rushed into Golden Light City with a triple door. Where's the battle arena? In the battle arena, North Snow Gufei had his hands behind his back. He looked at the tens of thousands of people below the stage calmly. Mu Manor had a few experts. It was said that they had a special method to let the newcomers gain experience. Unfortunately, this Mu Manor's Changsheng didn't perform well and didn't give him any surprises. Suddenly, looking at the vast crowd, Gufei had a strange feeling. Could that guy be hiding in the crowd? Being surrounded by the other races, Golden Light City was the place where the humans made their final decision. If he was solipsistic, he wouldn't be far from here. He might even be hiding in the crowd. As experts, some of their thoughts were surprisingly similar. Narrowing his eyes, North Snow Gufei suddenly roared. Solipsistic, if you're here, do you dare to come up and fight with me, North Snow Gufei? The crowd below the stage instantly became restless. Directly challenging Solipsistic? North Snow Gufei is really arrogant. Is Solipsistic here? I don't think so. Isn't he wanted by the entire server? I saw North Snow Gufei's battle just now. Mu Manor's Changsheng is already so strong. I think it's only a matter of time before he becomes a Marshal of Destiny. But he was killed by North Snow Gufei without any injuries. Doesn't that mean that North Snow Gufei is only missing military points to reach Marshal of Destiny? Not only Marshal of Destiny, he didn't even use his full strength. He only used one 7-star butterfly sword. That guy is also a top existence in Marshal of Destiny. Solipsistic might have obtained a few treasures, but the North Snow family's resources are too deep. Even if Solipsistic was here, he might not dare to fight with North Snow Gufei. Plus, he's wanted by the entire server. Going up on stage now is just suicide. For a long time, there was no response from below the stage. North Snow Gufei was a bit disappointed. It seemed that he had overestimated Lone Tyrant. If not for Lone Tyrant's strength being peerless and his confidence in escaping from so many people, with his current situation, it was indeed impossible for him to step onto the stage. Alright, are there any more participants? The person in charge of Jingguang Temple walked up. If there aren't, I'll announce that the winner of this year's tournament is North Snow Wait. At this time, a red shadow left a long red afterimage in the distance. In an instant, this person was standing on stage. Standing on stage, the person finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally made it. Sorry, but I, Solipsistic, will take first place this year. Chapter 525. If Beishua Gufei was arrogant, then Solipsistic was arrogant. He didn't even look at his opponent and directly announced the result of the competition. When the words, Solipsistic, came out of his mouth, the entire venue instantly exploded. Solipsistic. He's actually here. He actually dares to go up on stage. He dares to participate in the martial arts competition despite being wanted by the entire server. This person must be crazy. Let's not talk about whether he's crazy or not. How could he just ignore Beishua Gufei? Isn't he being too arrogant? On the rostrum, a group of big shots rushed up the stage and surrounded Lu Qin. It's really Solipsistic. How dare you come to the martial arts competition? It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. You actually delivered yourself to our doorstep. As long as we capture you, we'll have the capital to negotiate with the Allied forces. Everyone, be careful. This guy's strength isn't bad and he's extremely cunning. Don't let him escape. Lu Qin frowned slightly as he looked at these big shots. The leaders of the 5 major forces had all personally come down. Dongfang Xiong of the Dongfang family and the experts of the various large families had already surrounded him. Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say I was going to run. Lu Qin smiled slightly. I said that I'm here to participate in the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition didn't say that wanted criminals couldn't participate. Could it be that your families already have such monstrous power that you can arbitrarily change the traditions of the human race? Lu Qin's threat was effective. Such a big hat, even the 5 major forces didn't dare to accept. Today, almost all the people of 3-star and above forces were gathered here. The words of the 5 major families indeed carried a lot of weight in the human race, but they didn't want to be called dictators. Master Bunyan frowned. As the host of this martial arts competition, he had to make his stance clear. Solipsistic, you're too cunning. You escaped outside the Heaven's Punishment Tower. Do you really think we'll believe you? Lu Qin smiled. I say, Master, please use your brain. I wasn't caught by you guys. I went up on stage myself. If it wasn't for the competition, why would I come up here? Everyone looked at each other. That was true. Participate in the martial arts competition. Solipsistic, don't think that we don't know that you don't have the qualifications to participate in the tournament. If I remember correctly, your military rank should still be a militia. The Hall Master of the Hall of Life said in a muffled voice. What's wrong with militia? Militia is still a soldier. Don't worry. Since I'm here, I'll abide by your rules. Lu Qin finished speaking and looked below the stage. I have a recommendation. Brother Qin Shan. The crowd turned around to look for the Maple Leaf Mansion Lord. Qin Shan took a deep breath and looked at his colleagues beside him. Everyone nodded and jumped into the arena. That's right, we jointly recommend Solipsistic to participate in the tournament. He doesn't need to meet the military rank requirements. You. Bunyan looked at the leaders of the two-star forces in shock. You guys have been colluding with the wanted criminal for a long time. Master Bunyan, isn't the reason Solipsistic is wanted because he obtained the Heaven's Punishment Tower's treasure? Could it be that he did something outrageous? Is there a problem with us being on good terms with him? Qing Shan threw caution to the wind. Since he had already come this far, there was nothing to be afraid of. Fool! Hong Yu of the Wood Mansion bellowed, the other clans want him because of the supreme treasure. We want him because he has the supreme treasure, but he doesn't want to work for the human clan. Lu Chen snorted. Serve the human race? Sorry, I just don't want to serve the 5 major forces. Country Protector Qiufeng sized up Solipsistic. Was this guy the lunatic Yenran was talking about? Interesting, the Hall Master of Afterlife Hall narrowed his eyes. You're indeed eloquent. Every time the 5 major forces escort the winner to the Heaven's Tower, we contribute our manpower and strength. Usually, we command the human race's army to fight against thousands of other races. We fight for a place for the human race to survive in such adversity. If you don't want to serve the 5 major forces, what right do you have to ask us to escort you to the Heaven's Tower? Mu Mansion Hongyu suddenly spoke again. No, there are only 8 two-star forces here. According to the rules, at least 10 two-star forces need to jointly recommend you to be effective. Solipsistic, you still don't have the right to participate in the tournament. Prepare to be arrested. Blue Shirt was momentarily at a loss for words. He then walked to the side of the stage and loudly asked, Lone Tyrant is here to change the status of humanity. I hope that those with insight can lend Mad God a helping hand and jointly recommend him to participate in the competition. The situation on the arena was tense. The people below the arena looked around. Some shook their heads, some chose to wait and see, and some were hesitating. Qing Shan, do you have any proof that he can change the status of the human race? Yes, we can't just rely on your words to support someone we don't know. At this moment, 2 more people jumped onto the arena. The 2 men walked directly in front of Lu Chen. Are you a student of the Second Heaven Region's Heart Refining Academy? Have you ever received our clan's VIP, guest, token? Lu Chen looked at the 2. One was the Patriarch of the Pear State Prefecture, and the other was from the 100 Legions. You too, do you know Dean Kansheng and Old Ma? The 2 smiled. It seemed that they were right. Kansheng has already sent a letter. We have heard about your past. It's not easy to kill the Black Flood Dragon alone. Old Ma said that he only has a guest token, but he specially asked us to become friends with that little brother. To be able to meet his old friends, Lu Chen was in a good mood. Where are Kansheng and Old Ma? Haven't they returned? Counting the days, their term is almost up. If there's a chance, we would like to invite little brother Du Kuang to our residence for a chat. The letter that Kansheng and Old Ma sent to their clan probably didn't simply explain the situation. To be able to stand up and support Lu Chen at this time, the 2 must have said something serious in the letter, causing the clan to pay special attention to Lu Chen. Of course, it was also related to the fact that they were besieged by the 10,000 races. At this time, for many people, they couldn't consider things for too long. But no matter what, these 2 people appeared at the right time. After the 2 leaders of two-star forces joined, the number of forces recommending Lu Chen had reached 10. Alright, now that we have 10, Lone Tyrant should be qualified to participate in the competition, right? Qing Shan's tone became much more confident. Mu Mansion Hongyu sneered, you want to participate in the competition with the number of people you gathered at the last minute? Have you forgotten that we, the 5 major forces, have the right to veto? Mu Mansion Hongyu looked at the other 4 forces, the 4 of you, let's vote. If the majority agrees, the recommendation will be valid. Otherwise, the recommendation of 10 forces won't be qualified to participate. Qin Shan suddenly panicked. He forgot that there was such a thing as voting rights. In the past, the 5 major families never used voting rights. But this time, when it came to Lu Chen, the voting rights that hadn't been used for thousands of years were used. I object. The leader of Afterlife Hall was the first to express his opinion: capture this guy. Otherwise, how can we solve the crisis of being besieged by the 10,000 races? I object too. No matter whether we hand over Solipsistic or not, if the 10,000 races know that we didn't hand him over and sent him to the Tower of Babel instead, the human race will be destroyed. Bun Yen quickly said. At this moment, a young voice spoke: our Beishue family supports this. The one who spoke was Beishue Gufei. After being ignored for so long, this genius finally had the chance to speak. I want to see how strong the legendary Solipsistic is. Mu Mansion Hongyu looked at Beishue Lingjun. Lingjun shrugged. If Gufei wants to fight, I have no objection. It was obvious that Lingjun valued Gufei very much. I think that if he wants to fight, then so be it. Country Protector Qiufeng smiled at Lu Chen. A junior in my family said that you are very different. Is that true? Lu Chen frowned. The only junior in the Country Protector army that he knew was Country Protector Yanran. Was that her evaluation of him? Very different. That's it. I don't know what she means by different. Lu Chen shrugged. When is that girl coming up? She said that she wants to catch up to me. I've been waiting for more than 2 months. She's about to leave. Country Protector Qiufeng couldn't help but laugh. You're really arrogant. Let me tell you, she's just training. When you fight again in the future, you may not be her match. Good luck. Lu Chen said seriously. Auntie Qiufeng, thank you. Auntie. Do you believe that if you call me that again, I'll change my mind immediately? Qiufeng, who was all smiles just now, suddenly looked fierce. My mistake, big sister Qiufeng, call me big sister. Mu Mansion Hongyu's face was full of disbelief. What was supposed to be a sure thing had so many variables. The 5 factions were now 2-2. Luckily, he still had a vote in his hand. In the end, he would only win without any mishaps. Chapter 526. You almost got your way. Wood Mansion Hongyu sneered. The last vote is in my hands. If I say no, it means no. Lu Chen frowned as he looked at Wood Mansion Hongyu. Kan Sheng, Old Ma, and Jingui Yanran had all mentioned him to their families. Why did Jiu, and the rest, who were closest to him, not mention him? Perhaps they were training outside and were not allowed to contact their families. I declare that Solipsistic is not qualified, that. Hongyu, are you sure you want to object? Lu Chen looked at Hongyu. Of course I object. This is not a matter of a competition. This concerns the survival of the human race. Once we take you down, we can negotiate with the myriad races. Lu Chen shook his head. Trust me, you will not object. Ha ha ha, Solipsistic, you are too confident. Even if you are strong, do you think that I, Wood Mansion Hongyu, will change my position just because of your words? What a fool. Before the last word, dream, could be said, Lu Chen took out an antique wooden plate from his backpack. This token was quite old. The color of the wood had changed, and the words on it had been smoothed out. It needed to be read carefully. However, when he saw this token, Wood Mansion Hongyu was shocked. There were 9 blurry words on it. Wood Mansion Grand Elder's token. At this moment, Wood Mansion Hongyu's face was full of shock. His body was stiff, and only his eyes kept blinking, as if he was afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him. How do you have his token? Wood Mansion Hongyu's eyes were wide open, and his voice was choked with sobs. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, "He and I are old friends. He taught me a lot. In order to let me pass the 9th level of the Heaven Punisher Tower, he killed himself and gave me this token." Thinking of Mu Xian, Lu Chen felt a sense of loss. "Everyone, the reason I participated in this tournament is not to be number 1, nor to pass the Heaven Punisher Tower and leave this place. Although I do not know you, and you are not my compatriots, I have friends in the third heaven. In the mouth of the non-human kind, we have the same name, human. I'm not afraid to tell you that after today's battle, I hope you'll let me participate in the Myriad Tribe Martial Competition." Lu Chen walked to the front of the arena and looked at everyone. "We humans have been lowly and oppressed for far too long. Just because I obtained a treasure that they coveted, they wanted to exterminate us humans. Everyone here, you seem to have forgotten that you used to be strong. Countless people looked up and saw you off as you left the second heaven domain. Many people saw you as their idols and goals to strive for. There are even more people who are striving to enter the third heaven. However, have you ever thought that when they came to the third heaven, they would have to live in such a lowly state, struggling at death's door? Among those people are your family, friends, and people you care about. Aren't they the reason why you're still holding on despite being forced into a desperate situation? Although I, solipsistic, am not a good person, I have people I care about. I won't allow them to come to the third heaven and become the target of others' humiliation. I don't care how many years the rules of the third heaven have lasted. No one has broken the rules here before, so I will break it." The entire arena, tens of thousands of people, was silent. It turned out that Solipsistic wasn't thinking about the Myriad Tribe Martial Competition. He didn't even care about being besieged by other races. He came here to break the rules of the third heaven. In the third heaven domain, the human race had suffered a crushing defeat. But now, one person stood up. He wasn't controlled by the so-called 5 great families. He ignored military ranks and despised the rules. Cowherd suddenly choked up. This kid, when he was serious, he really made people's blood boil. "Stinking brat, following you all the way. I, Cowherd, have no regrets." Blue Shirt sucked in a deep breath. This was the reason why he was willing to go bankrupt and help Lone Tyrant out of desperation. Lone Tyrant had spoken the words in everyone's hearts, words that none of them dared to think about. With his own strength, he would challenge all the races and challenge the rules. Qin Shan's eyes were red. He had been under a tremendous pressure these past days, and now he could finally release it all. He looked at those people who were wavering before. They had doubted him and said he was too stupid. But now, all of them had shut their mouths. "Brother Lone Quang, well said. I, Qin Shan, have not followed you in vain." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he turned and looked at Lu Chen. He didn't want to make things difficult for Mu Mansion Hongyu. He was a family member of Mu Xian, so Lu Chen could be more lenient towards him. "Brother Hongyu, I know you have your own considerations. I don't want to force you, but I beg you to allow me to participate in the martial competition." When Mu Mansion Hongyu said the word beg, his heart trembled and his hands began to shake. With the token in Solipsistic's hand, not to mention making a decision for Mu Mansion, it could even change the Patriarch's position. However, Solipsistic didn't do this. He had given Mu Mansion so much face that Hongyu couldn't bear it. "Brother Lone Quang, my Mu Mansion doesn't dare to accept the word beg, from today onwards, if Brother Lone Quang, no, if Senior Lone Quang has any requests, my Mu Mansion will do our best to assist without question." Mu Mansion Hongyu cupped his fists together and deeply bowed. Everyone from Mu Mansion knelt down on one knee. Lu Chen was Mu Xian's friend. According to seniority, Lu Chen was absolutely the senior of everyone in Mu Mansion. Moreover, it was likely that he was from more than one generation. He was absolutely worthy of this kneel. However, Lu Chen didn't like this. Hey, 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 what are you all doing? Don't talk about seniority. Speaking of which, I call you juniors brothers. Hurry and get up, Lu Chen hurriedly helped Mu Mansion Hongyu up. Mu Mansion Hongyu was extremely ashamed. Senior, please don't say that. This junior didn't know the rules. I didn't know that you and the Grand Elder are friends. The Grand Elder's position in my Mu Mansion is no small matter. Since you are friends with him, hey, don't talk about these unnecessary formalities. If that old man knew that I took advantage of his juniors, he probably wouldn't let me off easily. We are all friends of the same generation. According to seniority, I'm already taking advantage of you by calling you brother. I don't dare, then, about the martial arts competition, I'm ashamed. I didn't know that the person the Grand Elder entrusted was you, so, there's no need to say anymore. We naturally agree. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Sure enough, the more friends you have, the more options you have. He had made many friends along the way. He didn't expect that he would be able to successfully qualify for the martial arts competition in the third heaven. It was much more convenient to talk than to fight. The various elders finally got off the stage one after another. The stage returned to Lu Chen and Beishue Gufei's hands. You want to participate in the myriad race competition? 9 out of 10 matches there are dead. Gu Fei looked at Lu Chen indifferently. Thank you for the reminder. I know. Previously, the people from Pear State and 100 Division said that you were a student of the Second Heaven Training Heart Academy. Yes, I stayed there for a period of time. Gu Fei nodded, red clothes, outstanding strength. I think I know who Shuang is talking about. I didn't expect it to be you. Shuang Lu Chen blinked his eyes. He didn't have such a name in his memory. Gu Fei smiled, when you guys meet in the future, you should know her. Solipsistic, you are someone that I admire. Logically speaking, I shouldn't make things difficult for Shuang's friends. However, the myriad race battlefield isn't as simple as you think. For your safety, I have to see your strength. For this battle, I will give it my all. If you lose, you have to give up on your plan. Lu Chen squinted his eyes. It was as if he had never noticed this person. Now that he was standing in front of Beishue Gufei, he seemed to be able to feel something. This Gufei was an expert. Chapter 527. The 7 7-star butterfly swords hovered beside Gufei, glowing in 7 different colors. They vibrated slightly as if they were as excited as their owner. Gufei stood in the middle of the field. A slight breeze blew around him, lifting his clothes and hair. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. He raised his right hand, and a black and white sword slowly appeared beside him. This move was pretty cool. He had learned it from his mirror image. One side of the Wuji sword was covered in black mist, while the other side was covered in white mist. As the Wuji sword spun, the black and white mist intertwined, forming a Tai Chi diagram. The moment the godly demon limitless sword appeared, countless people suddenly felt a strong reaction from their weapons, and even the equipment on their bodies. What? My weapon stats decreased. Why? Weapon suppression. Is this the effect of an innate ability? That's not right. Solipsistic hasn't activated his skill yet. You might not believe it, but when that sword appeared, I could feel my equipment vibrating for a short moment. What the hell is this? I felt it too. Even the 7-star butterfly sword was unstable for a short moment. When the Wuji sword appeared, all weapons bowed before it. Facing the Wuji sword that could devour all equipment, they were naturally afraid. What sword is that? It has the aura of a king. Even the 7-star butterfly sword seems to be suppressed. The Kingdom Protector Autumn Phoenix's eyes widened. Could it be the treasure he got from the dragon necropolis? The 7-star butterfly sword is a middle-grade immortal artifact. That sword is at least a high-grade immortal artifact. Originally, I thought that Lonely would be able to suppress Lone Tyrant in terms of equipment with the 7-star butterfly sword. Now, however, it would seem that the opposite is true. Those twin black and white swords are definitely not ordinary items. Now, tell me, what are Lonely's chances of victory? 30%. I don't think it's just that. Gu Fei's strength is top-notch in all aspects. Even if his weapon is slightly inferior, from what I know, Solipsistic's weapons are long weapons and bows. He has used a scimitar before, but compared to his 9 dragon pillars of heaven punishment and abyss dragon crystal bow, the frequency of him using it is very low. It's very likely that he's not good at such short weapons. Indeed. Solipsistic's class is a mystery, and he has learned a lot of different things. However, Solipsistic has been focusing on sword riding for 20 years, and he is able to fully utilize the advantages of the 7-star butterfly sword. Plus, the North Shui family has spent a lot of resources to train him, and Solipsistic's real power is unpredictable. Therefore, I think Solipsistic has a 40% chance of winning this battle. In the field, Gu Fei looked at the sword beside Lu Chen and narrowed his eyes. What is this sword called? Limitless Fiend God Sword. Limitless Fiend God Sword, it actually suppressed the attributes of my 7-star butterfly sword. Gu Fei quickly searched in his mind, but soon found out that this name was not even in the divine weapon list. It seemed like it had never appeared in the family's weapon list. Limitless, forbid the suppression of weapon quality. This time, let's have a fair fight. Lu Chen said calmly. The battle was about to begin, and the battle had already entered the countdown. 3, 2, 1, the moment the battle began, Gu Fei quickly activated his skill. Sword Saint Sword Art, Sword Will Rampage. He didn't even need to move his fingers to command the flying swords. Wherever his will moved, the swords would move. 7 flying swords turned into 7 rays of light, shooting towards Lu Chen. Their speed was unimaginable. What, this is the Sword Will realm. It's the Sword Will of sword riding. My God, Gu Fei has already learned the Sword Will technique. There were many experts below the stage, and among them were some sword riding experts. They immediately recognized Gu Fei's move. Sword Will. Some of the other classes didn't quite understand. What's the difference between this and sword riding? Aren't they both remote-controlled flying swords? Of course it's different. There's a huge difference. Now, my sword riding uses my fingers to control the flying swords. Although I can put my hands behind my back, making it impossible for the opponent to determine the flying sword's patterns, the easiest thing to understand is that it takes time to change the movement of your fingers. However, Sword Will uses one's will to control the flying swords. Where your will moves, the swords will move, where your fingers point, and instantly destroy the enemy. To be more profound, in Sword Will, the speed of the flying swords exceeds the upper limit of rapid movement. Moreover, if you use rapid movement to dodge the flying swords, you have to control the flying swords to chase after them. However, in Sword Will, the flying swords can instantly lock onto the enemy, find the shortest path, and instantly destroy the enemy. In front of Sword Will, there's no need for any skill buffs. It's just a normal attack state, so movement and dodging won't work. No matter how fast you dodge, you can't be faster than a person's will. If even movement was difficult to dodge, then Sword Will was really powerful. The other 4 leaders looked at Beishue Lingjun in surprise. They knew that Gu Fei was far from using his full strength, but they didn't expect that Gu Fei had already learned Sword Will. If it wasn't for Solipsistic's appearance, even Marshal Tianming might not be able to force Gu Fei to use Sword Saint's sword art. This Beishue clan, they really hit it well. Lu Chen had also encountered flying swords that could chase after him when he was in rapid movement, but those flying swords couldn't be compared to this time. Under sword will, the 7 flying swords turned into 7 shadows, shooting at him from all directions. If one were to say that sword will was a type of skill that could be learned as long as one had a skill book when certain conditions were met, then Gu Fei's strength lay in the way he used sword will. This was the understanding and application of Kung Fu by every player, and it was also the key to the difference between the two. The 7 flying swords were very precise in their positioning. Not only did they block most of Lu Chen's escape routes, but even the few remaining routes to dodge were also hidden. Perhaps, the most fatal thing was to successfully dodge. The 7 flying swords' attacks were linked together. If one was hit by a flying sword, it was very likely that he would be attacked countless times in succession. As soon as an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Lu Chen's feeling was not wrong. Just by relying on the move of sword will rampage, he was already worthy of being called an expert. But at this moment, Gu Fei used another skill. Sword Saint's sword art, sword Dao barrier. Without a barrier, Terminator couldn't be called a top expert, but Gu Fei had already proven that he was not only an expert, but a top expert. He even has a barrier skill. This Gu Fei, we all misjudged him. Woodhouse Hongyu's eyes widened. At this moment, he couldn't help but sweat for Solipsistic. After knowing that Solipsistic was the candidate that the old elder had entrusted to him, Woodhouse Hongyu's attitude changed 180 degrees. The Afterlife Hall Master narrowed his eyes. Sword will and barrier. Ling Jun, your Beishua clan has been holding back a big move. Perhaps, the one who should participate in the Myriad Tribes tournament isn't Solipsistic, but this Beishua Gu Fei who has been hiding so deeply. Ling Jun Beishua didn't answer, his eyes focused on the battlefield. Gu Fei, you're finally willing to fight. Facing the double attack of the mysterious sword intent and seeing the boundary, Lu Chen took a deep breath. He didn't even use Wargot's possession or demon transformation. You're very strong, worthy of my full strength. Very well, I'll let you know what it means to be the strongest. Gods. 6 transformations. Bestowal liberation. Lu Chen directly used his strongest skill, 6 transformations of gods and demons. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.